Chapter 1692. P.S. Thanks to Insta-Killing Potato for the tip. Dear Lord Angel, can you explain the current situation? Feeling that he was being ignored, Fred asked with a morbid expression. It's simple. You've been abandoned. Ito walked out of the bathroom and into the hallway. He turned around and looked at Fred, who looked more like a drug addict than a proper priest. Who are you? Fred asked with a dissatisfied expression. Linari, tell him who I am. Ito ordered. Hearing this, Linari walked up and wrapped her arms around Ito's arm. She put her full chest and head on Ito's arm. Her expression was full of admiration and love as she said in a charming voice, You are my master. How is this possible? Lord Angel, Fred exclaimed in disbelief. Since Lord Angel said she abandoned you, you are now officially abandoned by me, Fred. Linari announced with a cold expression. That's really sad news, Lin Feng said. Fred's expression changed from disbelief to regret. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. All right, it seems like I have to find a new protector. Originally, I wanted to try and woo Her Majesty. Fred's face was once again filled with a sickly smile that needed to be treated. Bastard. Linari cursed angrily when she heard Fred's words that could be considered as flirting. However, just as she was about to teach this detestable ex-relative a good lesson, she saw Fred suddenly move. He turned around and ran to the window. He crossed his arms in front of his body and jumped out of the window. Pa walla la. The glass shattered and scattered. Fred jumped out of the broken window and disappeared into the darkness of the night after a few leaps. Lord, do you need me to kill him? Linari looked up at Ito and asked. No need. Ito said indifferently. If I let you kill him, how will the Sword Saint emissary be lured out? Do you want me to steal myself? Ito curled his lips and thought. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the room with Linari and Isha, who was still in the bathroom. The next moment, they appeared in the apartment he rented. Isha, who felt the change in her surroundings, called out in panic. You still don't dare to pay your respects to Mistress? Linali asked with a displeased look on her face. Oh, my lord. Isha, who was startled, quickly turned to look at Ito-sei and greeted him with a salute. No need to be so polite. Ito looked at Isha and smiled. From today onwards, you will live here. Keep me company. Continued. Ito continued. Okay. Isha, who was still in a daze, replied subconsciously. Is there anything you need to take? Ito-sei asked. There's a leather suitcase, Isha said in a small voice. Where is it? Ito asked again. In the dormitory of the church, Isha replied. Linari, go and get it. After that, we will abandon the church. Ito-sei nodded, then turned to Linari and said, Yes, Lord Angel. Linari lowered her head and replied. She then stood up, turned around, and quickly walked to the entrance. She opened the door and walked out. Bang! The door closed on its own with the help of the extension iron. Only Ito and Isha were left in the room. Go and sit. Ito patted Isha's shoulder and pointed at the sofa. Okay. Isha nodded hesitantly. She followed Ito-sei, who was strange and scared to her, to the sofa. She lowered her body and sat down. Drink some water. It will make you feel better. Ito Mori stretched out his hand, and a glass of clear water appeared in his hand. He handed it to Isha beside him and said, Thank you, master. Isha took the glass and thanked him in a small voice. You're welcome. Ito smiled. Looking at the kind smile on Ito-sei's face and the aura of the other party that made her feel at ease, Isha's tense body finally relaxed. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the cup, and drank the water in the cup in small sips. This master doesn't seem to be scary. Thank God. For a moment, the room became quiet. What does Isha usually like to do? After a while, Ito-sei broke the silence and asked, Pray. Isha replied in a small voice. Don't you have any other hobbies? Although he had expected it, Ito-sei was still surprised by Isha's answer and couldn't help asking. Aisha shook her head with an innocent look on her face. It's okay. We'll just nurture you again. Ito smiled. Huh? Isha looked at Ito in surprise. Do you like small animals? Seito asked with a smile. MHM. Isha nodded. Okay, I'll take you to a place later. There are many strange creatures there. I hope you can accept them. Seito smiled. Oh, Isha replied in a small voice. By the way, do you know how to cook? Seito asked again. No, I don't. Isha's face turned red as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Do you want to learn? Seito asked in a small voice. Isha raised her head and looked at Seito. She didn't say anything, but her eyes flashed with hope. He guessed that cooking should be a very interesting activity for her, right? Come with me. Seito grabbed Isha's hand, stood up, and pulled her to the kitchen. Isha was brought to the kitchen just like that. Seito flipped his hand and took out a pile of fresh vegetables. He started to teach Isha how to fold vegetables and wash them step by step. During this process, Aisha remained silent. She learned with a serious and happy expression. After washing the vegetables, Seito stood behind Isha again. He held her hands and taught her how to cut the vegetables step by step. Cha-cha-cha. The sound of vegetables being cut rang out in the quiet room. After cutting the vegetables, Seito used the same posture and method to teach Isha how to cook. The faint sound of oil popping and the green fragrance of the vegetables permeated the entire room. Creak. At this moment, the door opened from the outside. Lineri, who was dressed like the queen of the hardcore clubs, entered the room with an old brown leather suitcase. My lord, Lineri called out, but she quickly stopped herself. A hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes when she saw the two of them hugging in the kitchen. She quickly suppressed her jealousy. It's Lady Lineri. Isha turned to the entrance and said when she heard Lineri's voice. Put the things down, Seito ordered without turning back. Yes, my lord, Lineri replied. It's done, Seito announced in a light tone. That's it? Isha asked, puzzled. Of course, Seito smiled. He took a pair of chopsticks from the side and dipped them into the pot. He picked up a strand of ripe vegetables from the pile. He handed it to Isha. Isha curiously looked at the steaming vegetables in front of her. She opened her mouth and took a bite. It's hot, it's hot. Immediately, a series of low cries came from Isha. It's fresh out of the pot. How can it not be hot? Seito smiled. My lord. Isha looked at Seito with tears in her eyes. She pouted and called out. Obviously, after this period of running in contact, Isha had let down her guard and accepted the existence of Ito-sei. Seito smiled and used blink to summon an empty plate. He scooped the shredded pork from the pot onto the plate and said to Isha, take it out. Okay, Isha replied. She took the plate and quickly walked out of the kitchen. After that, Ito-sei walked to the side and unplugged the power of the rice cooker that had been tripped. He walked out of the room with the rice cooker and put the food on the table with Isha. Lineri, go get some bowls and chopsticks. Let's eat, Seito ordered. Okay. Lineri's eyes lit up. She didn't expect to be given a share of the meal. She quickly brought 3 bowls, chopsticks, and a spatula from the kitchen and took the initiative to scoop a bowl of rice for Seito and Isha. Thank you, Master Lineri. Isha hurriedly thanked her when she took the bowl of rice. For Isha, this was the first time she had seen Lineri being so kind to her and taking the initiative to do something for her. Let's eat. Seito sat at the dining table and called out. Then, he reached for the shredded pork on the table. When Seito started eating, the other two didn't hesitate. They also reached for the food and put it into their bowls. They started eating along with the white rice. It's delicious, Isha said emotionally. Okay. Lineri nodded in agreement, which was rare. Eat more if it's delicious, Seito said with a smile. Then, the 3 of them chatted and laughed as they enjoyed the meal. It wasn't dinner, and it wasn't supper. Of course, the so-called chatting and laughing was only between Seito and Isha. As for Lineri, although she wanted to join in, as a fallen angel and a subordinate, she didn't dare to talk to Seito as casually as the naive Isha. She could only occasionally chime in as she ate the food that was supposed to be delicious. Damn none, Lineri cursed in her heart. A moment later, the 3 of them finished eating and chatted in the room. 10 minutes later, Seito felt that it was about time. He turned to Isha and said, Let's go, Isha. I'll take you to a place. Where? Isha asked curiously. You'll know when we get there, Ito said with a smile. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the room with Isha. Also disappearing with them was Isha's luggage that Laneri brought back. Looking at the empty room, where she was the only one left, Laneri clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Her expression was very cold. Obviously, she was provoked again. In the next moment, in a certain world that has been transformed into an amusement park, Ito-sei and Aisha appeared in the Rubik's Cube world. At this time, it was still daytime in this world, and it was the afternoon when people were the most crowded. Therefore, the entire amusement park was full of adults and children playing and strolling around. It was very lively. Follow me. Ito took Isha's hand and walked towards the carousel not far away. For two people. When they came to the carousel, Ito took out the universal card of the magical cube world and swiped it at the ticket seller. Beep. With a soft beep, the two registered. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the previous round of the carousel was completed and stopped. The tourists and children inside jumped off the carousel one after another, walked out of the gate, and were replaced by another group of people. And Ito and Isha were in this group of people. The two each chose a carousel and sat down. In the music that followed, the carousel spun along with the carousel. It didn't take long for Isha's laughter to come out of her mouth. 10 minutes later, the carousel stopped, and the two left the carousel with the crowd. Then Ito took Isha's hand again and walked to the next ride. Haunted houses, Ferris wheels, roller coasters, bumper cars. One after another, Ito took Isha to all the rides in the amusement park. They didn't stop until the time of this world entered the night. Then, Ito took Isha to the last place of this trip, in front of a claw machine in a game hall. Which one do you want? Ito turned his head and asked Isha next to him. No, there's no need for that, Isha said in a flustered tone. Although she refused, her eyes would occasionally glance at a certain rat-shaped tiger-skin doll in the claw machine. Pikachu? Ito smiled. I'll catch it for you. But, no buts. Just treat it as a commemoration of today. Ito walked in front of the claw machine and swiped his universal card on the card reader attached to the claw machine. He said without looking back as he operated the claw machine. Although Ito-sei was strong, his eyesight, hands and feet, and his control were all heaven-defying, the claw machine didn't work just because you were strong enough. In order to successfully grab the target you wanted, you still needed a little bit of luck. Therefore, as expected, the claw hook fell from the machine when it was halfway through its first grab. It failed. Ito smiled and operated the claw machine again. This time, he was lucky. With a clank, the doll fell out of the claw machine's outlet. Ito bent down, picked up the doll, and handed it to Isha. Take it. Thank you, master. I will cherish this doll. Isha took the doll and looked up at Ito with joy. Chapter 1693. My lord, Asola, who was wearing a white nun's robe, greeted with a smile. Beside Asola, Inticus, who was also wearing a white witch costume but was much more luxurious than Asola's, glared at Ito-sei and Aisha, who was standing beside him, and said in a long voice, Say. Inticus, who was also wearing a white witch costume but was much more luxurious than Asola's, puffed up his cheeks and glared at Ito-sei and Aisha, who was standing beside Ito-sei. Who is she? Indix asked as he pointed at Isha. They were in the Holy Cathedral. After grabbing a Pikachu doll for Isha as a souvenir for this special day, Ito brought the exhausted Isha to the Holy Cathedral to meet the owner of the Holy Cathedral, Pope Asola. He didn't expect Saintess Indix to be in Asola's room as well. She's Aisha Algert. As you can see, she's a nun, Ito explained. I can tell she's a nun. I'm asking you, where did she come from? Indix asked with his hands on his hips. The outside world, Ito replied with a smile. Come, let me introduce you. Then, Ito-sei turned his head and said to Isha, who was beside him with a nervous expression. He then pointed at Asola, who was wearing a white robe, and introduced her. This is Asola, the owner of this holy cathedral. To avoid giving Isha unnecessary pressure, Sei Ito omitted Asola's position in the holy cathedral that he had established. Hello. Isha hurriedly greeted. Hello, Asola smiled. This is Inticus. Sei pointed at Inticus and introduced him. Hello. Isha hurriedly greeted again. Which sector are you from? Inticus asked as he sized up Aisha's attire. Huh. Isha looked at Inticus in confusion. In the world of the demon high school, there was a clear relationship between gods and angels. The churches in this world weren't as divided as the churches in the forbidden world and the overworld. Instead, they had always maintained a unified posture. In addition, Isha was an ignorant person, so she really didn't understand Inticus's question. Inticus, this world is different from other worlds. There are gods and angels here, so the churches in this world are not divided into factions. Instead, they have always maintained a unified state. Sei shook his head slightly and explained. There are gods and angels. Inticus exclaimed. Asola, who was beside him, also looked at him. Yes, not only are there gods and angels, even fallen angels and demons exist in this world. Sei chuckled. After that, he waved his arm and created a virtual optical screen in the air between everyone. The images of the 3 fallen angels who were being held in the biological laboratory were broadcasted. There really are fallen angels, Inticus said with great interest. Chung, hurry up and get me one. I want to study it. Inticus turned to Sei Ito and requested. Obviously, Inticus's research interest was piqued by the fallen angels. Are you sure? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. Of course. Inticus puffed out his chest and raised his head, looking like an authoritative figure. He nodded proudly. All right then. Sei Ito nodded and smiled. Then, with a thought, the petite female fallen angel who looked like a junior high school student and was dressed like a maid was taken out of the biological laboratory and brought into the room. Wait, I'll call Yanis and the others over. With that, without waiting for Sei Ito and the others to respond, he quickly ran out of Asola's room. It's you. The fallen angel, who was confused by the sudden change of scene, came back to her senses when she heard Inticus's voice. She looked at the only man she was familiar with, Sei Ito, and exclaimed with a shocked expression. Sei Ito smiled, raised his hand, and flicked his finger lightly. In an instant, there was a soft whooshing sound. The fallen angel's expression froze, and her eyelids drooped as she fell to the ground. Plop! Asola, from today onwards, Aisha will be staying here. You'll be in charge of making arrangements and telling her about the situation here. Sei Ito, who had knocked out the fallen angel, looked up at Asola and said, Okay. Asola nodded in agreement. Aisha, you'll be staying here from now on. If you need anything, just look for Asola. I believe it won't take long. You'll be able to make new friends here. Sei Ito said to Aisha, who was beside him. Can I really make new friends here? Aisha asked expectantly. Of course. Sei Ito reached out and rubbed Aisha's head that was covered by the hood and smiled. Then, with a flip of his hand, the old suitcase that contained all of Aisha's belongings appeared in his hand. Okay. Aisha took the suitcase and replied softly. Of course, if you're not used to it, you can tell me. I'll change it to another place for you, Sei Ito said with a smile. At this moment, a series of chaotic footsteps faintly came from outside the room, and they grew louder. Then, Inticus, who was dressed in white from head to toe, and Janice, who was wearing a black nun's robe and thick-soled cork sandals, quickly walked into the room with a few other nuns in black robes. That's her. Inticus pointed at the unconscious fallen angel on the ground and said, Go and carry her away. Janice waved her hand at the nuns behind her and ordered. After receiving the order, the nuns quickly walked to the fallen angel's side and lifted her up. Then, they followed Inticus and Janice out of Asola's room and disappeared into the corridor behind the door. All right, Asola, I'll leave Aisha to you. I'm leaving. Sei shook his head in amusement as he watched Inticus leave. He turned to look at Asola and Aisha and said, after saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. Please come with me. Asola looked at Aisha and said softly, Okay, okay. Aisha quickly responded. Then, under Asola's lead, she moved around the great cathedral. During this process, Asola began to explain the situation in the great cathedral to Aisha. On the other side, Seito flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the apartment he rented in the Demon University world. My lord, seeing Seito return, Lineri quickly stood up and called out. Seito nodded, turned around, and walked into the bathroom. He turned on the tap and filled the bathtub with clean water. Splash! The clear sound of running water immediately echoed in the bathroom. However, just as Seito began to take off his clothes and prepare to take a bath, Lineri, who was naked from head to toe and did not spread her wings, walked into the bathroom. She looked just like an ordinary human woman. Let me serve you, my lord. Lineri had a look of desire on her face. Seito chuckled and retracted his gaze. He continued to take off his clothes, but he did not let Lineri go out. Clearly, he acquiesced to her words. Lineri was delighted when she saw this. She immediately went to Seito's side and began to serve him. As expected of a female fallen angel who specialized in seducing male members of other races, her service skills were exquisite. Even the famous great health workers in Dongguan would not be as professional as Lineri. Therefore, under Lineri's service, Seito enjoyed himself very much. His whole body was abnormally comfortable. Seeing Seito's satisfied expression, Lineri's eyes flashed with joy as she rubbed her breasts on Seito's body. Then, Lineri lowered her body and submerged her head into the water in the bathtub. Splash, splash. The water overflowed and flowed from the edge of the bathtub to the ground. Seito opened his eyes and looked down at the long black hair floating on the water. He did not stop it and closed his eyes again to enjoy it. My lord, let's go to the bedroom. After a while, Lineri's face was red and her chest was moving up and down. Her eyes were watery as she looked at Seito and said, All right. Seito chuckled. He used his arms to push against the edge of the bathtub and stood up. Then, he stepped out of the bathtub and dried himself with a towel under Lineri's service. He then walked out of the bathroom with Lineri and returned to his bedroom. My lord. Lineri's eyes were full of tears as she called out seductively. The night was filled with the sounds of birds chirping and spring filled the room. The next day, around 9 a.m., Seito woke up from his sleep under the sunlight shining through the window. He pulled himself away from Lineri's entanglement and got out of bed. He walked straight into the bathroom to wash up. 10 minutes later, Seito washed away the smell on his body. He used his strength to dry his body and put on a clean set of clothes. This young man is quite handsome. Seito looked at himself in the mirror. He was wearing a pair of beige canvas pants, a white short-sleeve t-shirt with a strange pattern on the chest, and a short-sleeve jacket. He lightly pulled his clothes with both hands and muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Then, he stood up and walked out of the bathroom. He walked to the entrance, put on his shoes, pushed open the door, and walked out. Bang! With the help of the extension iron, the door automatically closed. Seito arrived at the apartment building and flagged down a taxi. Shopping Street. Seito opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. The driver agreed and started the car again. He drove Seito to Shopping Street. The apartment building wasn't far from Shopping Street. It only took about 10 minutes for the car to stop near Shopping Street. Seito paid the fare, got out of the taxi, and walked towards the meeting place with Himashima Junai. The time is just right. When he arrived at the meeting place, Seito took out his phone from his pocket and looked at the time. It was 9:40. Chapter 1694. Seito, who was standing under the sign, looked at the young women walking by and thought to himself, sure enough, the standards of the beauties in the 3D world are really high. Even a passerby in a main world would be at least 7 points. How pleasing to the eye. This world used a 10-point scale, so it could be seen how high the quality of a 7-point beauty was. However, because there were so many beauties to look at, Seito didn't feel bored waiting. Sensei. At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Junai, you're here. Seito turned his head and looked at the person who spoke with a smile. At this time, Junai was dressed very youthfully. She was wearing a lake green pleated skirt and a dark red undergarment, exposing her white calves and arms. On her shoulder was a woman's bag with a long shoulder strap. Seito had never seen this brand before. He didn't know if it was a brand unique to this world or just a small bag. However, the style was very good. Together with the clothes she was wearing today, she looked very ladylike. Her long black hair was tied up with a long hairband, like a whip that naturally fell behind her. Very beautiful, Seito sincerely praised. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. After all, this is the first time I'm going on a date with a strange man. I was afraid that I wouldn't dress well and make a fool of myself in front of Sensei. Junai said with a relieved expression. How could that be? With Junai's appearance and figure, I believe that any clothes would look good on you. Seito said exaggeratedly. Sensei is right. I'm embarrassed. Junai said with an embarrassed expression. I'm telling the truth. Seito said with a smile. Is there anywhere you want to go? Seito, who didn't linger on the previous topic, asked. Do you want me to think? Isn't it up to Sensei to decide? Junai said with surprise. Well, I haven't been in this city for long. I'm not familiar with many places, and I don't know what's fun. If you're not afraid of being disappointed, I don't mind. Itose spread his hands in front of him and shrugged. If that's the case, today, let me take you to familiarize yourself with the city. Jidao Junai suggested. Seito pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying, forget it. We can familiarize ourselves with the city at any time. There's no need to rush. Let's continue our date. There's more. Since it's a date, Junai, don't call me teacher anymore. Just call me by my name, Seito said to Island Master G. Ito? Jurai Himashima tried to call out. Well, you can call her more intimately, Seito suggested with a smile. Will it work? Jidao Jurai smiled. Seito nodded with satisfaction. Now, let's start our day journey. Seito smiled. After that, he stepped forward and took Jurai Himashima to stroll in the shopping street. And their first destination was a women's clothing store. It was a women's clothing store. After all, no matter how inhuman she was, the fact that she was a woman would never change. Therefore, she also had the instinct of shopping that ordinary women had. Therefore, no matter what, entering this kind of store would not be a mistake. As he thought, soon after entering the store, Jurai Himashima was completely immersed in her role. Jurai Himajima completely immersed himself in the role. His eyes lit up as he picked out the clothes in the store and brought them to the fitting room to change. One set of clothes after another began to be changed by Jurai Himashima and presented in front of Seito's eyes. She showed the charming, pure, mature, and sexy Jurai Himashima one after another. It wasn't until half an hour later that Jurai Himashima finished trying on clothes and pulled Seito out of the women's clothing store. Like most women in the main world, shopping had always been a hobby for women. Except for those who were crazy enough to buy all the things they liked, most women would only try on clothes. Pass on and ask them to pay for it. Unless they were particularly moved, they would never spend that kind of money. Not to mention, Jurai Himashima didn't seem to be rich. Then the two of them entered the next store, a store that specialized in all kinds of trinkets. In an instant, one after another, dazzling and beautiful little ornaments of different styles were reflected in the eyes of the two of them. Jurai Himashima walked to the counter and began to choose the trinkets she liked as if she was trying on clothes in a women's clothing store. Very beautiful. Seeing Jurai Himashima put a crystal bracelet on her wrist, Seito praised. Then, without waiting for Jurai Himashima to speak, he turned to the waiter and said, "How much is this bracelet?" 3,200 Japanese yen. The waiter replied. Seito nodded and took out his wallet from his pocket. He took out 3,000 Japanese yen notes and 200 Japanese yen notes and put them on the counter. "Thank you. Deal." Jurai Himashima smiled. After choosing enough trinkets, the two of them left the jewelry store. At this time, it was already noon. It was time for lunch. Unfortunately, there is no Chinese restaurant nearby. Itosei glanced around and found that there were hamburgers, bento boxes, vending machines, family restaurants, and even a small convenience store. However, he couldn't find a Chinese restaurant, so he said with regret. Finally, the two of them chose a family restaurant and walked in and sat down in an empty seat. "All right, do you like Chinese food?" After ordering, Jurai Himashima looked at Sei Ito and asked. "Of course, my favorite is Chinese food. For this reason, I specially learned how to make Chinese food. When I have time, I will cook for you." Sei Ito nodded and smiled. "I didn't expect you to know how to make Chinese food." Jurai Himashima was surprised. "I like to eat it. I can't help it." Sei Ito shrugged. The preparation speed of the family restaurant wasn't slow. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, a waitress brought the food they ordered. "Please enjoy," the waitress said, then turned and walked away. The two of them picked up their chopsticks and enjoyed. After a while, the two of them finished eating. Sei Ito paid with the help of the waitress. He left the restaurant with Jurai Himashima and continued to shop in the shopping street. Probably because they had just finished eating, Jurai Himajima's mood was not very high, and his expression was very languid. Seeing this, Sei Ito had an idea and brought Jurai Himashima into a game hall. Sei Ito spent a lot of money to buy a lot of game coins and brought Jurai Himashima to play in front of each game hall. In front of the shooting game hall, Sei Ito and Jurai Himashima competed with each other for points. In front of the fighting game hall, Sei Ito and Jurai Himashima fought each other. In front of the traffic jam hall, Sei Ito and Jurai Himashima fought for victory. In front of the Taiga Tatsumi, Sei Ito and Jurai Himashima competed in rhythm. The two of them played all the games that were available in the game hall. Under the praises of the surrounding onlookers, they broke the record one after another. It couldn't be helped. After all, the two of them were not ordinary people. Their nerve reflexes and muscle control were far better than ordinary people. The games that were extremely difficult for ordinary people were just ordinary entertainment for the two of them. There was no pressure at all. A few hours later, the two of them walked out of the game hall under the gazes of many players looking at the great god. Then Sei Ito bought 2 ice creams in a nearby cold drink shop. He and Jurai Himashima each had one. While eating, they walked to the cinema in the shopping street. "Which one do you want to watch?" Standing in front of the cinema, Sei Ito looked at the promotional poster in front of him and asked Jurai Himashima. "Anything." Jurai Himashima chuckled. If it was an ordinary girl, it would be best to choose a horror movie at this time. She could contribute her chest when the scary scene appeared. But unfortunately, Jurai Himashima was not an ordinary girl. She was a demon and a fallen angel. Her job was to deal with lost demons that looked more terrifying than the ghosts in horror movies. So horror movies were basically useless to her. After excluding horror movies, Sei Ito looked at other types of movies. "Give me 2 tickets for XXX. In the end, Sei Ito bought 2 kung fu movies. "Okay," the ticket seller said, then quickly tore 2 movie tickets from the ticket couplet and handed them to Sei Ito from the window. Sei Ito paid, took the movie tickets, and returned to Jurai Himashima. "There is still half an hour before the start. Let's go over there." Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the coffee shop not far away and suggested. "Okay." Jurai Himashima agreed. Then the two left the cinema, walked to the coffee shop on the side, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and sat down. "Himashima, tell me about you." After a moment of silence, Sei Ito said, "What do you want to know?" Jurai Himashima asked with a smile, full of deep meaning on her face. "Everything about you, such as your likes and dislikes." Sei Ito smiled. "Does Sensei really plan to pursue me?" Jurai Himashima asked with a smile. This time, she didn't even call him Chung and directly changed back to the original address, Sensei. "Of course. Does Himashima think I'm joking?" Sei Ito said sadly. Era. That's really unexpected. I always thought Sensei was joking with me." Jurai Himashima, who kept stirring the coffee in her cup with a spoon, chuckled. "Then I have to repeat it again. Jurai Himashima, San, I like you very much." Sei Ito straightened his face, stared at Jurai Himashima's eyes without blinking, and said seriously, probably because she didn't expect Sei Ito to be so straightforward. Jurai Himishima's face showed a stunned look. Chapter 1695. P.S. Thank you to Instant Potato and NXCX for their tips. Late at night, in a dilapidated warehouse. Please, let me go. A demon with a face full of fear begged. It had the upper body of a human woman, naked, with abnormally full breasts, like two particularly dazzling focal points, constantly squeezing and deforming. Its lower body was that of a monster, and it had a face full of fear. The person she was praying to was a young man standing near the entrance of the warehouse. It was Sei Ito in casual clothes. At this time, he was using his strong psychokinesis that could change the world to suppress the strayed demon with the upper body of a woman. She was a demon, but she was different from a normal evil female demon. She was a strayed demon who had fallen into the abyss of desire, separated from her master and companions, and lost herself. Under normal circumstances, such a stray demon would be assigned to a town by the management organization of the underworld as a mission. It would be in the hands of a professional demon team that was responsible for cleaning up and capturing such demons, or it would be cleaned up by a passing exorcist. It would never fall into the hands of Sei Ito, who had nothing to do with the current situation, unless the demon was blind and provoked him. But obviously, this was not the case. The reason why he ran around in the middle of the night was to catch a few stray demons alive, so that he could hand them over to the scientific researchers in the biological laboratory for research purposes. And the harvest was good. At least in the past few days, Sei Ito and the fallen angel, Lineri, who he had taken in as a subordinate, were lucky enough to catch 4 or 5 stray demons. Sei Ito did not speak, but his mind moved. With a muffled groan, the strayed demon suppressed by him immediately rolled its eyes and fainted completely. With a thought, Sei Ito collected the strayed demon on the ground, threw it into the Rubik's Cube world, sealed its power, and placed it in the isolation room in the ecological laboratory that was specially used to store naked experimental subjects. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the warehouse. At this time, many days had passed since the date with Himejima Junai, and during this period of time, Sei Ito was really like what he said to Jurai Himejima that day. As long as he was in Komodo Academy, he would go to the Supernatural Observation Club's old dormitory to look for Tatsunai, Himejima, to increase his favorability. Because of this, it even caused the student union to interfere. The president of the student union, Ji Chut-song-na, personally invited him over for a chat. Of course, since he had sacrificed so much. Naturally, he gained a lot as well. Sei Ito always brought all kinds of pastries and delicacies with him when he went to look for Himejima Junai. Thus, Kitten Taching was the first to succumb and became a foodie in name only. Then, the patient Rias also gave up on interfering with Sei Ito's actions with the heir of the Gimli family and his identity as the king of Himejima Junai. If Sei Ito was a little more thick-skinned, he could even say that he was a non-staff member of Rias's Supernatural Observation Club. In the end, Himejima Junai, as the target, had no choice but to accept the existence of such a thick-skinned suitor. She would use words or actions to provoke Sei Ito's emotions, or give out a few benefits as a reward. As for the other member of the Supernatural Observation Club, Kibayudo, he was directly taken in by Sei Ito as a teacher. Every day, he would happily watch the various happy events caused by Sei Ito. My lord, seeing Sei Ito suddenly appear in the room, Lineri hurriedly greeted him. Looking at the empty floor in the room, Sei Ito knew that Lineri's luck was not good today. She did not find the stray demon. He nodded slightly and said, "Let's stop here. From tomorrow onwards, you don't need to find the strayed demon anymore." "Yes, my lord." Lineri nodded and replied, "My lord, do you want to rest?" Lineri's eyes glowed, and her face was full of expectation as she asked. After that sexual intercourse, Lineri, who was cultivated by Sei Ito using the dual cultivation method, experienced the wonderful effects of dual cultivation. The energy in her body increased by a lot. Then, after a few days of taking the initiative, she finally achieved a big breakthrough yesterday. She changed from the original two-winged fallen angel to the current four-winged, completing the upgrade in rank and strength. Seeing this, Linari thoroughly felt the benefits of dual cultivation. She thirsted for more strength in her heart. So how could she give up? She couldn't wait to be with Ito all day long, savoring the upgrade in her body. However, she also knew that whether it was her physical strength or Ito's interest, it was impossible for her to monopolize Ito for long. Therefore, she could only settle for the next best thing and continue to try her best to seduce Ito and achieve the final goal of being together. You're quite proactive. Ito glanced at Linari and said indifferently. Linari's face revealed a seductive smile. She removed the two pieces of cloth on her body, revealing her naked body in front of Ito. After that, the two of them did not waste any time and returned to the bedroom. Linari, who was full of anticipation, took the initiative to serve them and began an extremely erotic and varied hymn of life. The next day, in the afternoon after school, Ito took a box of freshly baked bubble cakes, as usual, and headed to the old school where the Supernatural Research Society was located. Creak! Ito reached out and opened the door, pushed the door, and walked in. You're the only one here? Where are the others? Ito casually glanced around the room as he looked at Lias, who was sitting behind the desk in a daze. Perhaps his voice was too soft, or Lias was too absorbed in her thoughts, but she did not hear him. She remained in her daze and ignored Ito. Lias? Ito walked straight to the desk and put down the bubble cake in his hand. He raised his voice a little and called out again. This time, Lias finally snapped out of her daze. I'm sorry. I seem to be in a daze, Lias said apologetically. What's wrong, Lias? You seem to be out of it recently. Is there something wrong? Ito looked at Lias and said softly, If there's something, just say it. Maybe I can help you? Ito paused, and before Lias could say anything, he said again, Thank you, Sensei Ito. Lias thanked him with a smile, but she still did not say anything. Ito looked at Lias quietly. If you don't want to say it, then I won't force you. But if you need anything, you can come to me at any time. After a moment of eye contact, Ito turned around and walked to the sofa on the side. If I really need your help, Sensei, I will, Lias said softly after a moment of silence. Ito lowered his body and sat on the sofa. What about Junai and the others? Ito changed the topic. Kitten has something to do, so she didn't come over for the time being. You should be training somewhere. As for Junai, she went home. Lias adjusted her mind and returned to her usual shrewd self as she answered with a smile. Went home. Ito was surprised. Yeah, Ria's confirmed, but she didn't tell him the details of how she got home. Speaking of which, I still don't know where Junai's home is. Ito said with a sigh. Lias smiled and did not say anything. Forget it. Since Junai is not here, I won't disturb your thoughts. Ito said as he stood up from the sofa and turned to look at Lias. The bubbles are fresh out of the pot, and I used a thermostat spell to keep it warm. Eat it while it's hot. You know, sweets can relieve irritability to a certain extent. Okay. Lias nodded in response. Oh, right. Remember to leave some for the kitten. Ito, who was about to leave, suddenly remembered something and said again, Do I look like a feudal lord who doesn't care about her subordinates in Sensei's eyes? Lias said unhappily. What a cute expression. Remember to keep it up. Ito turned around and pointed at Lias with his right hand as if he was holding a gun. He winked playfully. Then, without waiting for Rias to reply, he walked out of the Supernatural Research Lab's activity room with a chuckle and closed the door behind him. Bang! Maybe I can ask him to do that. Lias mumbled to herself as she looked at the bubble cake box on her desk. Then, another 2 to 3 days passed by peacefully. President, let's go. Standing on the empty ground beside the Supernatural Research Room, Junai, who had set up a magic circle, looked at Lias and said, Lias replied softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light immediately bloomed from the Rubik's Cube array, wrapping around Tatsunjurai and Kitten Taching, who were standing in the array. Then, the light exploded and scattered into countless photon particles, quickly melting into the air. With that, only Lias, the head of the supernatural research room, and Sei Ito, who was shamelessly staying in the room, were left in the room. Then I should go. Seeing that the main target had left, Sei Ito stood up and said as he did not want to show off too much. Wait. But at that moment, Lia's voice suddenly rang out and stopped him. Sei Ito turned around and looked at Lias with a confused expression. Lias stood up from the chair behind the desk and walked around the desk to Sei Ito. Sensei. Lias looked into Sei Ito's eyes with a serious expression and called out softly. Sei Ito's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed what Lias was going to do next. However, he did not show it on his face as he continued to look at Lias with a confused expression. Please take my virginity. As expected, Lias said the heartwarming sentence that was supposed to be said to Hyodo Issei in the original work. Chapter 1697. Rias narrowed her eyes at the person, and her expression showed that she did not welcome the other party. Then Rias, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the ceremony venue. The date has been decided, and other things should be settled as soon as possible. The person said as he reached out to grab Rias's hand. Crack! Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning shot towards him. The person's expression changed, and a bright yellow flame immediately ignited beside his hand, blocking the lightning. Boom! The flame exploded, and sparks flew out and dissipated into the air. Who are you? The person narrowed his eyes at Sei Ito, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked in a deep voice. His tone was quite unfriendly. I'm Rias's man, Sei Ito. Sei Ito stood up from the sofa and walked slowly to Rias's side. He reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, and looked at the person with a smile. Rias frowned slightly, but did not break free. Hee. Seeing the change in front of him, Hamejima Jurai once again let out that strange laughter that made people feel like laughing. By the way, who are you? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked in return. Me? Riisa Phoenix, Rias's fiancé. If you don't want to die, take your disgusting dirty hands off Rias. The person who came, which was Riisa, ordered Sei Ito with a face full of arrogance and disgust. Why should I listen to you? Sei Ito's arm tightened as he hugged Rias's body tightly in his arms and raised his eyebrows. Crack, crack! Riisa clenched his fist, and the huge force made his knuckles crack as he rubbed them together. He stared at Sei Ito with a ferocious expression. A blazing aura spread out from Riisa's body. Sensing the murderous intent and hostility from Riisa, Kitten and Kibiyudo on the side immediately got into a battle stance. On the other hand, Sei Ito. However, Sei Ito didn't seem to feel anything at all. There weren't any unusual energy waves around him, but even so, the flames around him couldn't reach Sei Ito. It was as if there was an invisible barrier between them. Sei Ito-san. Sir Lisa, please calm down. If the two of you don't stop now, I can't just sit by and watch. For the sake of Sir Sajic's reputation, I will not be polite. Galifia's voice suddenly sounded when the atmosphere in the Supernatural Research Department's activity room was about to explode. His tone was calm. However, he had extraordinary boldness, which immediately made Lisa's expression stiffen. As for Sei Ito, he shrugged indifferently. Even I am afraid of what you, who is known as the strongest empress, are saying. Lord Sajex's dependents are famous for being monsters. I don't want to be enemies with them at all. Lisa extinguished the flames around him and exhaled deeply. He said, on the side, Kitten and Shiba Yudo also relaxed. Sei Ito-san, this is a matter between the Gimli family and the Phoenix family. Please don't interfere. Galifia turned to Sei Ito and said softly, Rias is my woman. Sei Ito looked back at Galifia and retorted with an unquestionable tone. Do you know what you mean by that? Galifia looked at Sei Ito with a serious expression. At the same time, a chilling aura began to emanate from her body. On the side, Lisa, who noticed Galifia's change, showed a hint of fear But more than that, he was gloating. Fine, this is my business. Let me handle it myself. Riaz removed Seito's hand from her waist and said softly, Fine, but if the result isn't what I want, I don't mind doing something dangerous. Seito's gaze swept across Riaz, Gilifia, and Lisa before stopping at Riaz. After that, he turned around and walked back to the sofa at the side. Then, he lowered his body and sat down. Lisa, just like I've told you before, I will not marry you, Riaz said in a low voice as she looked at Lisa, who was opposite her. Yeah, I've heard you say that before. But Riaz, that won't do, right? Your family situation is unexpectedly poor, isn't it? Lisa said with a mischievous smile on her face. You don't have to say that. Since I'm the successor of the sect leader, I can decide who my husband is. Father, brother, and the rest of the family are too anxious. We agreed that I'm free until I graduate from the human world's university. Riaz argued. That's right. In principle, you are free. If you want to go to university, you can go. If you want to take in servants, you can do whatever you want. However, your father and Lord Sajix are very worried that your family will be cut off in your generation. In the previous war, many pure-blooded demons have died. Even though we are no longer at war, we are still fighting against the fallen angels and God's faction. The heir of a pure-blooded demon died in pointless skirmishes with those guys, and the family line was cut off from time to time. Considering the future situation of the demons, it's natural for a pure-blooded and high-ranking demon family to marry. You know how precious a pure-blooded high-ranking demon and the next generation are, right? After a pause, Lisa said again, New demons, like your servant, who is reincarnated from a human, have been getting stronger and stronger recently. If this continues, high-ranking demons from ancient families like us will have less and less standing. Some ancient families will marry the reincarnated demons just because they are powerful. Fine, it's not impossible. After all, the future demons also need new blood. But we can't let the pure-blooded demons go extinct, right? It's to not let the pure-blooded demons go extinct that they chose you and me. We have 2 brothers in our family, so it's not a problem. But your family only has 2 siblings, and your brother has already left that family. So, only Lias is left to inherit the Gimli family, right? Without a husband, the Gimli family will be cut off in your generation, and you don't want the family line to be cut off, right? Because of the previous war, less than half of the demons who used to be known as the 72 Pillars are left, so our marriage is related to the future of the demons. Lisa's words were like that of a politician in the main world, full of big-picture considerations. I won't let the Gimli family end here. Of course, I have plans to marry into the family. Knowing that Lisa was telling the truth, Lias softened her tone. Oh, as expected of Lias. Then hurry up and, as if she got the result she wanted, Lisa said happily, But I won't marry you, Lisa. I want to marry someone I like. Even a demon with a long history should have this right. Riaz interrupted Lisa's words unceremoniously, her tone firm. Me too, Lias. I'm also a demon who carries the Phoenix family's reputation, and I can't tarnish our family name. I don't like the human world, and I didn't want to come to this small and broken human world building. The fire and wind in this world are filthy, and as a demon who controls fire and wind, it's unbearable. Whoosh! Lisa's body ignited with blazing flames again. Even if I have to burn all your servants, I will bring you back to the underworld. Lisa then said with the same firm tone. After the confrontation with Seito, this was the second time the activity room was filled with Lisa's murderous intent and hostility. Lias did not back down, and her body also emitted crimson mana filled with destructive power. 2 powerful magic forces of equal quality collided and surged in the activity room. Milady, Lady Lisa, please calm down. Once again, Gilifia's voice rang in the ears of the 2 who were at daggers drawn. Both of their expressions froze as they retracted their mana. Master, Lord Sajx, and everyone in the Phoenix family know that this is how things will turn out. I'll be frank with you. This is the last meeting. Everyone knows that this meeting will not yield any results. so they have decided to use the last resort. Gilifia continued after the two calmed down. Last resort? What's going on, Gilifia? Riaz, who didn't know that there was a last resort, looked at Gilifia in shock and asked, "Milady, if you insist." Gilifia did not answer Riaz's question. Instead, she spoke to herself. "Please wait a moment." But before she finished speaking, Ito-sei's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting her words. "Is there a problem? Mr. Seito?" Gilifia turned around and looked at Seito. "If I didn't hear wrongly, Lias's parents and brother are forcing her to marry that pretty boy over there because of the issue of the family's descendants, right? Are they afraid that the Gimli family's bloodline will end?" Seito asked. "Yes," Gilifia confirmed. "Does that mean that as long as the issue of the Gimli family's inheritance is resolved, the marriage can be annulled?" Seito asked again. "It's possible, but not absolute." Gilifia's eyes flashed with a strange glint. "Then it's fine." Seito chuckled. For a moment, everyone in the room focused their attention on Seito. "I have a way to add a new member to the Gimli family." Seito's tone was gentle yet firm. "How is that possible? Don't tell me you're referring to the child you had with Riaz?" Lisa sneered. "Idiot," Seito scolded as he glanced at Lisa, who was looking at him mockingly. "You." Lisa was about to explode, but under Gilifia's gaze, he had no choice but to suppress it. He continued to glare at Ito Seiji with a murderous glare. "Have you heard of artificial insemination?" Seito asked softly. Chapter 1698. Artificial Insemination. Everyone looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They knew that they had never heard of such a thing, so they had no choice but to look at Seito again. "It seems that your so-called attention to the human world is only focused on the talents and the owners of the divine artifacts. You have nothing to do with the technological information of the human world." Seito was a little speechless when he saw everyone's confused expressions. At the same time, he thought to himself, could it be that advertisements for infertility treatment are only popular in the main world of China? Otherwise, why wouldn't the demons, who are so short on population that they're on the verge of extinction, pay attention to such things? The so-called artificial insemination. Then, Seito explained the information about artificial insemination and test tube babies to everyone. So as long as the method is right, it's not a problem to give birth to pure-blooded demon descendants through artificial insemination. Seito concluded with a firm tone. "About that, I'll have to report to Lord Sajic," Gilifia said with a serious face. This was no longer a matter between Riaz and Lisa or the Gimli and Phoenix families. It was a matter that concerned all pure-blooded demon families in the entire underworld. That was why even Gilifia had to take it seriously. "Lord Lisa, let's leave it at that for today. We'll discuss your engagement with Milady after this matter is confirmed." But before returning to the underworld, Gilifia had to pacify all parties to prevent unnecessary conflicts. So she turned to Lisa and said, "Let's go." "Understood." Lisa knew how important this matter was. Despite his reluctance, he had to lower his pride in front of Gilifia, who was rumored to have monstrous power. He agreed bitterly. Then, without speaking to the others, he immediately summoned a magic square for teleportation under his feet. In a bright yellow pillar of fire, he disappeared from the Supernatural Research Society's activity room. "I'll be taking my leave as well." After Lisa left, Gilifia bowed slightly to everyone. Then, he summoned a magic square array and left the activity room. Phew! Seeing that Lisa and Gilifia had left, Riaz and Jurai Himashima let out a long sigh of relief. "All right, is what you said true?" Riaz turned to Seito and asked. "Of course." Seito shrugged and chuckled. Hearing the answer, Lise nodded slightly. Actually, it was the same whether she asked or not, given her understanding of her brother Sajic's. He believed that after hearing this news, they would definitely send demons to the human world to investigate. At that time, they would know whether it was true or false. And as the fuse of this incident, she would be the first to see the relevant investigation information. But even though she understood, This matter was related to her marriage after all, so she couldn't help but ask about it since she was a little too involved. It's just that the life forms of humans and demons are different. Can a method you mentioned really work on demons? Riaz asked again. That was the crux of the problem. If it was proven that humans did have this technology, but it could not be used on demons, then everything would be for naught. She, Riaz, still had to abide by the original agreement, the traveling engagement with that annoying guy, Lisa Phoenix. But if it worked, then the Gimli family, who had solved the problem of bloodline continuity, would no longer force their daughter too much, and then have to deal with the current demon king, Sajix. Perhaps they would be able to get rid of that disgusting engagement. It doesn't matter, Sei Ito said nonchalantly. Hearing him say that, Riaz's expression changed. But before she could say anything, Sei Ito's voice suddenly rang out again, dispelling the dissatisfaction that had just risen in her heart. Because from the beginning to the end, I never expected that the technology developed by humans would be able to be used on demons. And the reason I mention artificial insemination technology was just to pave the way for what I'm about to bring out next. What is it? Riaz asked. An artificial insemination technology that is more advanced than artificial insemination technology. Sei Ito smiled. This technology can work on demons? Jurai Himashima asked curiously. It should be possible, but the specific situation still needs to be tested, but the success rate will not be less than 80%, Sei Ito said after thinking about it. How about this? Riaz, Shiba, you two come with me to a place later, and let me check both of you to confirm the physical condition of normal demons, so that things can be more certain. Okay. Riaz nodded in agreement. Shiba Yudo on the side naturally wouldn't object. Then I'll go prepare. Sei Ito stood up from the sofa. He said. With that, he turned around and walked out of the activity room. Sensei, I'll send you off. Jurai Himashima followed with a dangerous smile on her face. Hee okay. Sei Ito laughed dryly. Then the two walked out of the activity room together, along the corridor of the old school building, and walked out. Jurai? On the way, Sei Ito pretended to be careful and called out. What's the matter, sensei? Jurai Himashima turned her head, with a perfect smile on her face, and asked softly. Well, I was wrong. Mawa was not strong enough. Please forgive me. Sei Ito was in a state of resignation, and he simply apologized. Sensei did a good job, standing up at the critical moment and helping the president to solve the ferocious monster. You could be said to be the role model of a knight. Jurai Himashima said softly. Moreover, Sensei and I are not in a relationship, right? So Sensei, you're not wrong at all. Then, Jurai Himashima made an innocent expression and looked at Sei Ito. Sei Ito looked at Jurai Himashima speechlessly. Well, since you have to say so, then I'll take it that I'm not wrong. After a while, Sei Ito nodded and said. Then his expression changed, and he continued with a complacent face. And after listening to you, I feel that I'm really a knight. Wah, a knight, a girl. I must be able to attract a lot of girls. It seems that my harem is not a dream. Looking at Sei Ito's performance, the corner of Jurai Himashima's mouth twitched, and his body began to emit a black gas similar to magic power. Jurai Himashima turned black. Crackle! Bright yellow lightning jumped out from Jurai Himashima's body. Knight, right? Girl, right? And harem is not a dream, right? At this point, a bright yellow lightning ball the size of a basketball appeared in Jurai Himashima's palm. Dream on. With that, Jurai Himashima pushed the lightning ball in his hand towards Sei Ito. Boom! Crackle! In the loud noise, the lightning ball exploded and turned into a large amount of lightning, jumping around the old school building. At the same time, a dazzling white light appeared in the old school building. Phew, much better. After launching the lightning ball attack, Himajima Juvenai had a satisfied expression as he exhaled lightly and said with satisfaction, Himashima, what's wrong? At this time, accompanied by a rush of footsteps, Riaz's voice came from the school building. Behind her, Shiba Yudo and Tachin Kitten also followed. Ah, nothing. I just saw a hateful rat run past us, and I was shocked. Jurai Himashima glanced at the empty street, then smiled, raised his hand and patted his chest lightly, as if he was really scared. Is that so? Riaz looked at Jurai Himashima suspiciously, but did not pursue the matter. Okay, President, let's go back to the club and do it, Jurai Himashima quickly said. Riaz nodded and led Jurai Himashima, Shiba Yudo, and Tachin Kitten back to the activity room. However, just as Riaz, Shiba Yudo, and Jurai Himashima turned around, Tachin Kitten suddenly turned his head and looked at the corridor that was bombarded by Jurai Himashima's lightning. However, the scene was still the same, and there was still no one there. Tachin Kitten retracted his gaze and returned to the club office with everyone. Phew! As expected of Jurai Himashima, with a fool's attribute, he's really violent. In the void flash, Sei Ito, who escaped from the space crack, looked at the scorched walls and floor around him and could not help but sigh. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the old school building. The next moment, he appeared in an abandoned building at the edge of the town. This was a somewhat old and dilapidated house. Judging from the style and construction materials, it was very old. Dust was piled up inside, the decorations were damaged, and the windows were full of holes of various sizes. The entire room exuded an old and decaying smell. Seito turned around and went outside the room. He walked along the wall to the side, and then with a thought, he activated his teleportation ability. In an instant, a large layer of soil about 10 meters long, 8 meters wide, and 4 to 5 meters thick appeared above Seito's head. Then, with another thought, he threw the lump of soil into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Seito's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the next second, he appeared in an enclosed space that was pitch black without any light and exuded a strong smell of soil. Without seeing Seito make any movements, a large number of fine lightning bolts instantly leaped out with him as the center, almost filling the entire enclosed space in the blink of an eye. Under the influence of the lightning bolts, the soil under his feet, around him, and above his head that was still exuding the smell of soil began to harden and become like concrete, transforming the entire enclosed space into a secret room. Chapter 1699. P.S. Thank you to Wind Death Song and Halcyon for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Instant Potato for their tips. Are you ready? Seito looked at Riaz and Kiba Yudo. Yes, Riaz replied. Kiba Yudo also nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go, Seito said. Kiba Yudo and Riaz were about to walk to the door. Don't bother. Seito saw this and quickly stopped the two. Come to my side, Seito continued. Riaz and Kiba Yudo looked at each other and walked to Seito's side. Seeing the two standing, Seito did not hesitate and placed his hands on Riaz and Kiba Yudo's shoulders. With a thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God. In an instant, the three figures flashed and disappeared from the Supernatural Research Club's office. The next moment, they appeared in a huge, brightly lit enclosed space filled with all kinds of medical equipment. This was the underground space that Seito created with alchemy. Compared to the previous empty space, this underground space was filled with all kinds of equipment and looked very futuristic. Even the layout inside had changed a lot. It was closer to a real underground laboratory. Seito withdrew his hand and walked to a metal shelf that looked like a cabinet. He opened the door. He took out 2 light blue patient gowns and turned around. He handed them to Riaz and Kiba Yudo. There's a changing room over there. Go change. Seito pointed at the isolation room, not far away. It was made by 2 metal frames filled with blue medical cloths. Riaz and Kiba Yudo nodded and walked over with the patient gowns. Voila! The two entered the isolation room and pulled the metal frame to block their figures. 2 blurry black figures were reflected in Seito's eyes through the translucent medical cloths. A few minutes later, with a new noise, Riaz and Shiba Yudo walked out from behind the curtain in a short-sleeved and mini-skirt-style hospital gown. Kiba, you go first, Seito said to Kiba Yudo, who looked like he was on the bottom. Okay, Kiba Yudo replied. Come here and lie down. Seito stepped forward. He walked to a machine that looked like an MRI machine and pointed at the long metal bed in front of him. Kiba Yudo didn't hesitate and lay down on the bed. At the same time, Ito-sei also pulled several long wires with white round pieces at the front from the instrument on the side and attached them to Kiba Yudo's temples, neck, chest, near his heart, hands, wrists, and the kidneys around his waist. Along with the attachment of these wires, the hospital gown that Shiba Yudo had worn for a few minutes was taken off again, exposing his smooth and delicate body that resembled a woman's. Only his underwear was left to protect his last position from being exposed to outsiders. Beep, 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 beep. The crisp and rhythmic sound of the machine immediately rang in the underground laboratory. Is this a heartbeat test? On the side, Riaz, who was curious about Sei Ito's examination, looked at the various data displayed on the machine and asked, "Yes, but it's not just the heartbeat. There's also the brainwave frequency, nerve signal conduction rate, kidney image, and other related data," Sei Ito explained. Oh. Riaz nodded as if she understood. At this time, Sei Ito flipped his palm, and a thick brown book suddenly appeared in his palm. It quickly flipped on its own without any wind. This is... Riaz looked curiously at the book in Sei Ito's hand. It's not a divine artifact. Sei Ito chuckled. This is a magic device, a product of the combination of technology and magic. As he spoke, Sei Ito threw the magic device in his hand, the Book of the Elves, into the air. The latter paused for a moment. It immediately floated in the air. "Record the data," Sei Ito ordered. "Yes, master." A pleasant female voice came from the Book of the Elves. Then, Sei Ito turned around and walked to the machine that looked like an MRI machine and started operating it. A muffled sound was then heard in the laboratory. Then, the iron bed that Shiba Yudo was lying on shook slightly, and Shiba Yudo on it moved into the large circular hole, receiving all kinds of X-ray rays from the machine. Then, a black and white perspective of the human body appeared on the computer screen next to the machine. It seems that in terms of internal structure, reincarnated demons and humans don't seem to be fundamentally different, Sei Ito said as he looked at the various images on the screen. In fact, in terms of essence, demons and humans are not that different in terms of life form. Standing beside Sei Ito, she also said, as she could not understand the images on the screen, but she could make out some of them. "That's not right. I remember that demons are not all humanoid creatures." Sei Ito turned to look at Riaz. "Have you forgotten that there are mixed bloods?" Riaz smiled. "That's not right. It seems that among you pure-blooded demons, there are some that look quite inhuman." Sei Ito first nodded in agreement, then suddenly remembered some demons that he saw in the demon realm before. Although they looked like humans, their physical characteristics were obviously different from humans. Riaz didn't know how to answer this question. Fortunately, the two did not dwell on this matter and continued to watch Shiba Yudo's X-ray images. After a while, the first round of X-ray inspection ended. However, Sei Ito did not let Shiba Yudo get up from the bed. Instead, he moved his hand on the operating table in front of him again. In an instant, the metal bed that had just stopped started moving again. He brought Shiba Yudo into the inspection hole. However, the image that appeared on the computer screen this time was completely different. At this time on the computer screen, lines were flickering, crisscrossing, and covering the outline of a human body. A messy pattern appeared on the screen. "This is..." Riaz asked with some confusion in her eyes. "The energy flow path in Shiba Yudo's body, which is the path of movement," Sei Ito explained. "What about this light ball?" Riaz looked at the light ball in the middle of the human figure's chest and asked. "It's the energy core," Sei Ito replied. "Then what is this?" Riaz then pointed at the light spot on the right wrist of the human figure and asked. "It should be an energy object." Sei Ito thought for a while and said, "A divine artifact?" Riaz, who knew that Shiba Yudo was the host of a divine artifact, said thoughtfully, "It's possible." Sei Ito nodded affirmatively, then raised his voice to order Shiba Yudo, who was lying on the bed. "Shiba, you should have a divine artifact, right? Summon it." "Now," Shiba Yudo asked. "Yes, but be careful. Don't damage the device, Ito reminded. Okay. As soon as Shiba Yudo's voice fell, a surge of energy burst out from his body, especially from his right wrist, and then a very luxurious longsword appeared in his hand. As expected, looking at the obvious changes in energy and light spots on the screen, Shiba Yudo was stunned. Ito said in realization, "What a powerful device. I didn't expect it to be able to detect something as hidden as a divine artifact." Riaz exclaimed. Ito smiled and didn't say anything. A few minutes later, a new round of investigation was completed. Ito walked to the metal bed and removed the probes from Shiba Yudo's body one by one. "Is this all?" Shiba Yudo sat up and asked. "There's one more item." Ito smiled with a strange expression. He then turned around and walked to a desk on the side. He bent over and opened one of the drawers, then took out a small plastic cup the size of a film and an 18-rated adult magazine. "Take the book and the cup and go over there." After closing the drawer, he straightened up. He took the things and walked to Shiba Yudo, then handed them to him. Ito pointed to the previous isolation room and said, "Rub." Shiba Yudo was stunned. As a healthy male who had received a Catholic education since childhood, it could be said that he had never done this kind of thing since the beginning of puberty, so he had no idea what rub meant. It means literally, use your hands and rub it. Ito pointed at the protrusion under Shiba Yudo's underwear and said, "Rub it until it vomits. Well, at least 3 times. Shiba Yudo's face stiffened, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Go quickly. You can say that what you're about to do is the most important part of the entire inspection process. You can't be careless." Ito patted Shiba Yudo's shoulder and said with a serious face. Okay. Shiba Yudo said weakly, then took the 18-rated adult magazine and the cup, and walked into the isolation room not far away with heavy steps. Voila! The curtain was pulled up. "Okay, it's your turn, Lias." Ito's eyes lit up as he looked at Lias, who was wearing a hospital gown with her fair arms and long legs exposed. Riaz nodded and started to take off her clothes without any shyness. Almost at the next moment, Lias, who was only wearing a pair of cute and mature underwear, appeared in front of him. Her breasts were as round as a ball, and her nipples were erect. Her breasts swayed beautifully with her every move, attracting Ito's attention. Feeling Ito's burning gaze, Lias smiled and walked to the side of the metal bed. She sat on it and lay down on her back. Ito quickly took the detection patch from his side and stuck it on Lias's body one by one. However, unlike the previous perfunctory treatment of Shiba Yudo, Ito's movements were very gentle and slow this time. He carefully tasted the softness of Lias's body, especially the feeling from her breasts. However, there were only a few patches. Even if Ito slowed down, it took him less than a minute to finish all the patches. Then, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and turned to the control panel at the side to begin his inspection of Lias. He examined the structure of the normal internal organs, as well as the energy circulation route and core. A moment later, the inspection was over. "Do I have to do that too?" Lias looked at Tungxing, who helped her remove the detection patch, and asked with a slightly red face. Obviously, she was referring to what Shiba Yudo was doing in the isolation room. Regarding this kind of thing, even Lias, who was open and bold about sex, felt shy. "If you can't do it yourself, I can help you," Ito joked since his nature had already been exposed. "No need. I can do it myself," Lias quickly said. "Hee. Okay, I was just joking. Lie down. I have other ways to take the thing out of your body." Ito chuckled and reached out to press Lias's shoulder, who had lifted her upper body back onto the metal bed. "I didn't see any signs of you joking just now," Lias said. "Well, if you agree, I won't give up the chance to get intimate with you," Ito admitted with a smile. "You're really shameless," Lias said helplessly. "What's the method you're talking about?" Then, without waiting for Ito to speak, Lias asked. "Deep needle extraction." Ito shrugged and said. Then, with a flip of his wrist, a syringe with a 2-inch thick needle appeared in his hand. Looking at the syringe in Seito's hand, Lias's face stiffened. Feeling Lias's stiff state, Seito chuckled and placed his hand on Lias's smooth and flat abdomen and gently stroked it. Not bad, smooth, flat, and elastic. It's really admirable, Seito said softly. Oomph. Lias snorted and turned her head to the side. Seito chuckled again and stopped his palm at the position corresponding to the egg nest. He pressed the needle against the skin and said softly, "Bear with it for a while." Then, without waiting for Riaz's response, he immediately stabbed the needle in. With the help of his touch sense ability, he accurately pierced the needle into the nest. Then, Seito held the syringe in one hand and clamped the device with the other and gently pulled it. Soon, a faint liquid flowed into the syringe through the needle. Done. After a moment, Seito, who had extracted about a milliliter of the egg, stepped back and said, Chapter 1700. Not long after solving Riaz's problem, Kibuyuto walked out of the isolation room with a pale face and wobbly footsteps. He handed the plastic cup and adult magazine that contained about 6 milliliters of essence to Seito. "You've worked hard. Go back and rest." Ito-sei took the thing and put it into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he reached out and patted Kimura Yuto's shoulder. He resisted the urge to laugh and said with concern, "I will." Kibuyuto forced a smile and promised. "Okay, I still have to organize your data and study the structure of your sperm and eggs, so I won't see you off." Seito retracted his arm and looked at Riaz and Kibuyuto, who had changed into their student uniforms. "Also, Riaz, if possible, let a pure demon lie down. I still need the body data and sperm samples of the pure demon to determine the final error." Seito then turned to Riaz and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it when I get back." Riaz nodded. "Well then, Riaz, Kiba, see you at school tomorrow." Seito said, "See you tomorrow." Riaz and Kibuyuto replied. With that, a red light bloomed, and a complex magic circle that was both round and square appeared under Riaz and Kibuyuto's feet. The magic circle took the two of them and disappeared from the temporarily created lab. Seeing the two of them leave, Seito did not stay in the lab any longer. He put away the Book of the Elves that had been floating beside him and entered the Rubik's Cube world. He appeared in the biology lab. Then, with a thought, he summoned Emma, who was not in the room, to his side. "My lord." Emma immediately greeted Seito when she saw him. "Emma, analyze the structure of this sperm and egg. First priority." Seito nodded slightly in response. He then took out a small bottle containing Kibuyuto's essence and a syringe containing Riaz's eggs and handed them to Emma. Yes. Emma knew that this was an urgent matter the moment she heard the word priority. She reached out to take the item. He replied with a serious expression. "Also, during the research process, try to combine the sperm with the egg using artificial insemination technology to see if it can be conceived." Seito ordered again. "Okay." Emma agreed. "Give me all the research results in 3 days." "Yes." After he finished explaining everything, Seito then casually asked Emma about the progress of her research on the fallen angels and the outlier demons. Then, he left the laboratory in a flash. After returning to the Zao family's mansion in the above heaven and earth world, he spent the night with the sisters Zhenyi and Yi. The next morning, he got up and left the Rubik's Cube world. He continued to use his identity as the physical education teacher of Kumo Academy and went to the academy to start day of work. As for the work content, there was nothing much to say. As usual, he either gave the students a random task to train their bodies and then announced that they were free to do whatever they wanted. Then, he would wander around the academy with nothing to do and pass the time. Or he would shamelessly go to the Supernatural Research Society's office to chat with Rias and Jurai Himashima to refresh their favorability. Just like that, a day quickly passed. It had to be said that Rias was really fast. In the afternoon of the same day, she brought a pure-blooded demon to Seito. "This is Gilbert Wabra, a descendant of the Wabra family." Rias pointed at the man beside her and introduced him. The person who came was not old. He looked like he was in his 20s and wore a white suit. Perhaps it was because of the nature of demons that did not like to be restrained, or perhaps it was because young people did not like to be restrained. He did not wear a tie. His collar was naturally open, all the way below his collarbone, faintly exposing his skin to the air. The person who came was tall, about 1.8 meters. He was thin, but did not give off the feeling that he was weak. He had blonde hair and looked very handsome. He looked like a male model in the fashion circle. However, the only thing that made Ito feel better was that this guy did not give off the feeling that he needed a beating like Lisa from Phoenix's family. Well, Ito could not rule out the influence of his subjective judgment. Wabra? 72 pillars? Ito raised his eyebrows. Wabra, the 60th demon god of the 72 demon gods. He was a duke and commanded 36 armies. He taught people the art of various trades and philosophy. Yes. Gilbert Wabra extended his hand with a smile. I didn't expect Riaz to find a duke's descendant. Ito extended his hand and shook Wabra's hand with a smile. The two of them shook their palms gently before separating. When Riaz sent a letter back to the Gimli family, I happened to be there as a guest. When I heard the contents of the letter, I found it very interesting, so I took the initiative to come and take a look, Gilbert explained as he retracted his hand. I see, Ito said in realization. He had been thinking just now. As the Demon King, Sagiks should not be so unwise as to publicize this matter before investigating the matter clearly, so it should not attract the attention of the Wabra family, who were also nobles of the underworld. Even if the cause of this matter was the marriage between the Gimli family and the Phoenix family, it was a private matter. Even if there were rumors, it was impossible for such a matter to be spread. It just so happens that the data of a pure-blooded demon noble will allow me to obtain more accurate results. I'll have to trouble you later, Ito said. No problem, Wabra said with a smile. Riaz, are you coming with me this time? Ito turned to ask Riaz beside him. No, I've already been delayed for a day yesterday. I should go and complete the mission contract today, Riaz said as she shook her head slightly. All right then, Ito said nonchalantly. Then let's go, Ito said to Gilbert. Please. Wabra smiled. He really looked like a member of a noble family. Ito smiled and reached out to grab Gilbert's shoulder. He activated the Flying Thunder God and disappeared from Riaz's Supernatural Research Society office. The next second, he appeared in the underground laboratory that had not yet been abandoned. Take off your clothes, Ito said to Gilbert as he let go of his hand. This time, because Riaz was not around, Ito did not even give him any clothes to cover his private parts. They were all men anyway, so there was nothing shameful. Moreover, the only one who needed to take off his clothes was Gilbert. Ito did not need to bare his chest. A demon was a demon after all. He did not waste any time and took off all his clothes in a short while. Then, under Ito's instructions, he lay flat on the instrument bed and began to check his body's data. In fact, there was no need to check his body's data, because artificial insemination technology did not have much to do with the physical condition of the sperm supply. As long as there were no obvious diseases, it was fine. Therefore, as long as the sperm was handed over, there was basically nothing for the sperm owner to do. The rest was up to the scientific researchers to carefully deal with it. However, Ito happened to be studying demons recently and happened to lack some data on various demons, especially the pure-blooded demon's body and internal organ structure. Therefore, he took the opportunity to make some money. Done. After a moment, Ito said. Then, he turned around and walked to the drawer on the side. Once again, he took out a plastic cup the size of a film core and an adult magazine that was even hotter than the previous one. It could even be said that it had a heavy taste. He handed it over to Gilbert Wabra, who was sitting up. Is this your hobby? Wabra took the magazine and laughed strangely. No, it's your hobby. This is what I guessed is your hobby. It will make it easier for you to come out later. Ito chuckled. I'm not that kind of person. Gilbert said somewhat gloomily. Then be that kind of person for now, Ito said indifferently. Then he walked to the side of the desk, leaned over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Remember, at least 3 times. Seito looked at Gilbert and said, "Okay." Gilbert replied. He took the things to the side and began to masturbate. Seito, who didn't want to see a macho man masturbating, tilted his head and reached out to open the drawer again. He took out a mature adult magazine and flipped through it. "This is my type." After a moment, Gilbert's voice suddenly sounded. Seito looked at the type of magazine in his hand, a uniform series. He turned his head and smiled. "So that's your hobby. Here." Gilbert put the cup on the desk. "Since I got the sample, it's time for me to start my research, so I won't give it to you." Seito glanced at the cup that was half filled with a light yellow viscous liquid and nodded. "It's okay. It's more important." Gilbert smiled. Then, Gilbert walked to the side and put on his clothes one by one. "It's interesting to chat with you. I hope there will be more opportunities in the future." After putting on his clothes, Gilbert turned to Seito and said, "I believe there will be opportunities." Seito shrugged. Gilbert smiled and unfolded a magic square with a built-in Wabra family pattern under his feet. Then, in a burst of green light, he disappeared from the underground laboratory. Then, Seito waved his arm and sent Gilbert Wabra's sperm into the magic cube world for Emma to analyze. After doing all this, Seito's figure flashed and disappeared from the underground laboratory. He returned to the apartment he rented. "Sir," seeing Ito-sei come back, Lineri, who was only wearing a nightgown made of see-through silk, exclaimed with a surprised look on her face. Chapter 1701. "Hello, Mr. Ito-sei." The silver-haired maid, Gilifia, who was wearing a blue and white maid uniform, greeted Ito-sei. "Hello, Miss Gilifia." Seito nodded in return. Right now, he and Gilifia were in the Paranormal Research Department's office. Beside them were the president of the Supernatural Research Department, Riaz, and the other members, Tashiro Kitten, Himejima Jinai, and Kiba Yudo, who were standing casually. It had been 6 days since he proposed artificial insemination to end the demon reproduction problem in the underworld. "Since Miss Gilifia is here to see me, I'm sure you have a solution to my proposal." Seito chuckled. "Yes," Gilifia admitted. "Unfortunately, that technology can't be used on us demons." With that, Gilifia stared unblinkingly into Seito's eyes, observing his expression. "I know," but what surprised Gilifia was that Ito-sei's face didn't reveal the surprise she had expected. Instead, he smiled as if he wasn't surprised at all. "If that's the case, why did you propose this? Is it just to delay the engagement between Miss and Lord Lissa?" Gilifia's eyes flashed as she asked softly, "Delay the engagement? There's no need for that." Seito said confidently, "The reason I proposed artificial insemination was because I can solve that problem." That was true. After so many days of research, Emma had done her best. With the help of all sorts of mystical technology and magical engineering, Emma had already solved the problem 2 days ago. She had completely solved the reason why artificial insemination could not be used on the demon's sperm and eggs, and found a reasonable solution. Moreover, in order to test the feasibility of this method, Emma had even used this method to inject Wabra's sperm into Riaz's egg, completing the initial insemination work. After 2 days of nurturing, the fertilized egg had already survived. It only needed to be nurtured for a period of time. Then, it would be placed into the mother's body for the second stage of gestation, and it would be able to evolve into a real life form. "Really?" Gilifia narrowed her eyes and asked. "Of course. No matter what, Rias is my woman. I won't joke about her happiness." Seito nodded. Beside him, Rias's eyes flickered. At the same time, Himejima Junai let out that familiar strange hee-hee sound that made one feel a dangerous aura. "How do you prove it?" Gilifia asked. "It's very simple. You only need to provide me with 2 demons, 1 male and 1 female, and I'll show you how to operate it." Ito-sei straightened his back and looked straight into Gilifia's eyes. "I understand. I will report your proposal to Sir Sagix." Gilifia nodded. Then, Gilifia stood up from the sofa opposite Seito and said to Riaz, "Milady, I'll take my leave now." "Okay." Riaz replied softly. After that, Gilifia bowed slightly to say Ito again. Then, a magic circle representing the Gimli family appeared under her feet. In a flash of red light, she disappeared from the office. Phew! Seeing Gilifia leave, Riaz let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, when facing Gilifia, she felt a lot of pressure. Riaz felt a lot of pressure in her heart. Can I really do that? Riaz turned her head and looked at Ito Say, who was still sitting on the sofa calmly, and asked with a nervous expression, Trust me, it won't be long before your damned engagement with the Phoenix family is cancelled. Seito looked back into Riaz's eyes and said with a firm tone, All right. Also, I want to say it last time. When did I become your woman? Riaz knew that she could only pin her hopes on this mysterious Seito. She glared at Seito. Isn't that so? I bit your breast with my own mouth and almost completed the sacred act. No matter what, you've already been branded by me and become my woman. Seito chuckled. That's just a last resort. It's not what you think. Riaz's face reddened as she quickly explained. It doesn't matter as long as I approve of it. Seito said domineeringly. So, prepare to become my harem with Jurai. Oh, I think I heard something strange. The smile on Himashima Jurai's face was so perfect that no one could find any flaw in it. However, for some reason, it transmitted a sense of danger that made one's hair stand on end. Since you didn't hear it clearly, Jurai, I'll say it again. Prepare to be part of my harem with Riaz. Itsunari stood up and announced loudly, like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. At the same time, it was as if he was making a declaration during a sacred ceremony. Pervert. A soft whisper came from behind Seito. Seito didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Touching kitten. Her voice was too unique. It was as crisp as a loli's voice, yet as soft as a delicate girl's voice. It was unforgettable. In an instant, a black line appeared on Ito Sei's head. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the Supernatural Research Club's office, along with Riaz and Jurai, who was emitting a dangerous aura. The next day, on the weekend, Sei Ito, who was supposed to be resting at home, came to the Supernatural Research Club's office in the old school building of Sumiyoshi Gakuen. Present, President Riaz, members Jurai, Tachin Kitten, Yudo, Kiba, an outsider Gilifia, and a young man with long red hair like Riaz who was dressed in fancy clothes. Surpasser Saj. Seito looked at the young man sitting opposite him. Seito thought with a heavy heart. Saj's full name was Saj Jimenez. Riaz Jimenez's brother, one of the current Demon Kings. His name was Lucifer, and he was one of the only two surpassers among the 4 Demon Kings. What was a surpasser? It was someone whose strength exceeded the Demon King level. Then, how strong was a Demon King? Seito's initial estimate was that they were at the level of immortal and divine. Therefore, a surpasser was at least at the level of true immortals and lesser gods in the main world. In other words, they were a level stronger than Seito, who was only at the level of a mortal mid-stage. How could this not make him feel heavy? I am Saj. Nice to meet you, Your Excellency Seito. Saj smiled kindly like a normal big brother next door. He said softly, It is an honor to meet you, Your Excellency Demon King, Seito said humbly. No need to be so polite. Just call me Saj, Saj said. This? Okay, Sajix. Ito Sei's face showed a hesitant look, then nodded and agreed. Then, Saj, you don't have to call me Your Excellency anymore. Just call me by my name, Ito or Sei. Seito said. All right, Ito. Saj nodded in response. The way he addressed Sei Ito naturally changed from Your Excellency Sei Ito to Ito, which was not too distant but not too intimate either. All right, let me get back to the topic. Do you really have confidence in that matter? Saj's expression became serious. He asked with a serious expression. Almost at the same time his expression changed, a special aura of dignity spread out from Saj's body. Fortunately, he had fine control over his power. He did not add any aura or power into it. He only released the aura of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. Otherwise, apart from Sei Ito and Gilifia, no one else in this room would be able to stand. Not a single person could guarantee that they would be able to stand. Naturally, the aura of a normal person would not be able to intimidate Sei Ito, who had been in a high position for a long time. I won't joke about Rias, Sei Ito replied with a serious expression. Saj did not say anything. He just looked straight into Sei Ito's eyes with a serious expression. Ito Sei went up to him without blinking his eyes. A heavy atmosphere spread out between the two of them. All right, we'll do as you say. After a moment, Saj broke the silence and nodded. Almost at the same time he spoke, the heavy atmosphere that made Riaz's heart tighten immediately dissipated. Both Riaz and Jurai Himashima let out a long sigh of relief. But the location has to be in the underworld. At the same time, there must be a demon following you throughout the process, Saj continued. There's no problem with the location being in the underworld, but watching the entire process is out of the question. Sei Ito shook his head. Then, without waiting for Saj to speak, he continued to explain, the process of artificial insemination has a high environmental requirement. What if the experiment fails because of an outsider? How about this? Apart from the incubation room, follow me throughout the entire process. At the same time, install surveillance equipment in the incubation room. After a pause, Saj suggested again. Sure. Sei Ito thought about it and nodded in agreement. But you have to promise that the surveillance footage in the incubation room will not be leaked, Sei Ito requested. Sure. Saj nodded in agreement without hesitation. When can we leave? Saj asked. I need to get a set of equipment from my lab, Sei Ito said. Do you need my help? Saj asked. No trouble. I could take care of that myself. Sei Ito smiled. All right, Saj smiled. How long will it take? 10 minutes, Sei Ito said after some thought. Okay, then I'll wait here for you to come back. Then, we'll head to the underworld together. Sei Ito nodded. Then, he used his teleportation technique and disappeared from the Supernatural Research Society's office, as well as everyone else's eyes. Chapter 1702. P.S. Thanks to Holy Evil and Sky Illusion Antenna for their precious monthly votes. 10 minutes was not a long time. The European nobles who were bored out of their minds would not even be able to finish a cup of black tea in that time. While Sajic and the others were not as bored as the European nobles, it was fine for them to chat with their sister. So when Sei Ito reappeared in the Supernatural Research Society's office in the old school building, he saw Riaz and Sajic chatting leisurely over tea. But compared to before, the silver-haired maid Gilifia was nowhere to be seen. Sei Ito did not mind as he nodded slightly at Sajic, indicating that the things were ready. Then let's go. Sajic stood up from the sofa and said. The others nodded in agreement. What? Riaz, Jinai, you guys are going as well? Sei Ito was surprised to see the others' reaction. No matter what, this is related to my fate. I can't be at ease if I don't watch the whole process myself. Plus, the location of the experiment this time is in Gemengli territory. As the next heir of the Gemengli family, I need to go back and do some things. Riaz replied. As the queen of the society, I need to be by the president's side at all times. Jinai smiled. After listening to the two's explanation, Sei Ito nodded in understanding. Then, the group packed their things and left the old school building together. They followed the path out of Gemengli Academy and came to the nearby train station. At this moment, other than Sei Ito and Sajic, Riaz and the others were still wearing Gemengli Academy's uniform. Using Riaz's words, this is the most ideal formal attire. It was obvious how famous Gemengli Academy was in the underworld. Then, the six of them walked into the elevator in the train station under the guidance of Riaz and Jinai. The elevator was a small passenger elevator. The space inside the elevator was a little narrow. 6 people could fill the space inside, and they wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Ding! The elevator door slowly closed. Then, Riaz took out something that looked like a bank card from her pocket and placed it on the electronic panel that represented the number of floors 1 and 2. Beep! In an instant, An electronic voice rang out. Buzz! Immediately after, a slight sense of weightlessness surged into everyone's bodies. There is a secret floor under this station. Riaz turned around and explained to Ito Seiji beside her. The legendary demon route. Seito chuckled. Yes, Lias confirmed. After about a minute, the elevator finally stopped and slowly opened with a ding sound. All right, let's go out, Lias said. With that said, everyone followed Riaz out of the elevator. In an instant, a huge space appeared before everyone's eyes. If I didn't know that this is the hell train that leads to the underworld, I would have thought that I've arrived at a subway station. Looking at the vast space that was completely artificially excavated, Ito couldn't help but say. Riaz smiled and led the group deeper into the forest. After turning left and right, a new space appeared in front of Ito's eyes. At the same time, a long object that looked very similar to a train entered Ito's eyes. The body of the train had a sharp angle, and its surface was engraved with the demon emblem that represented the identity of the Gimli family. When everyone walked in front of it, the door on the train automatically opened. Ito followed Saj and Riaz in. Janai, take them there. Riaz, who walked into the carriage, stopped and turned to look at Junai Himashima. Okay, Junai Himashima agreed. Then he turned to look at Ito-sei and smiled. Sensei, please follow me. Ito glanced at Riaz and Saj, who was standing next to her, nodded, and followed Junai Himashima to the middle of the train. There is a rule in the underworld that when taking the train, the dependents must stay in the middle and the back. Only the feudal lord can sit in the front carriage, Junai Himashima explained in a low voice on the way. Class treatment, Ito said softly, then looked up at Shiba Yudo and Tachin Kitten who were walking in front. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Junai Himashima's small hand and held it tightly. Feeling her hand being grabbed, Junai Himashima rolled her eyes at Ito, but she didn't break free. Instead, she opened her fingers and held Ito's hand. Like a couple in love, they walked forward hand in hand. Sensing the change in Junai Himashima's hand, Ito smiled silently. A moment later, the four of them came to the middle of the carriage and sat down on soft-back chairs with white jackets. Itsunari and Jurai Himashima sat together, but at this time, their hands that were holding each other had already separated. Shiba Yudo and Tachin Kitten sat opposite them. One turned his head and looked out of the window in a daze, while the other got a magazine out of nowhere and looked down to read it. Just like that, they sat in a daze for 3 to 4 minutes. Accompanied by the sound of a bell, the train started moving. How long does it usually take to arrive? Ito, who felt a little bored, turned his head and asked Junai Himashima. They'll be there in about an hour, because this train needs to use the official method to pass through the dimensional wall, Junai Himashima replied. Ito nodded, then began to chat with Junai Himashima about other topics. But soon, a new man interrupted his conversation with Junai Himashima. The person who came was an old man. He was wearing a driver's uniform. His white beard looked very clean. Greetings, the demons of the princess, and this, sir. I'm the coach of this Gemengli special train. My name is Ronaldo. Nice to meet you. The old man solemnly introduced himself. Of course, the main target was Ito, because the others had already met this old coach Ronaldo. Nice to meet you. Ito nodded in return. For Ito's posture of not getting up to return the greeting, Ronaldo didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face. Then, he took out a black device that looked like it was used in modern times to swipe personal identification cards. It was aimed at Ito. This is a confirmation and verification machine from the demon world. This train is an important and solemn means of movement to officially enter the underworld. If there was an imposter, it would be very troublesome, but something terrible would happen. In this era, if the train is hijacked, it will be terrible. Ronaldo explained. Beep, beep. Almost at the same time as his words fell, a burst of alarm came from the machine. But soon, the sound became lively again. It was obvious that it had passed the verification. At the same time as the verification, as a new face, you have already completed the procedures to enter the country. Please feel free to rest until you reach the scheduled station. The carriage with beds and the dining car are also prepared. Please feel free to rest until you reach the destination. After the buzzing of the machine disappeared, Ronaldo said again. Then, Ronaldo bowed slightly to say Ito, Himajimaju Nai, and the others. Then he turned and left the carriage. This train is about to break through the dimensional wall. This train is about to break through the dimensional wall. About 40 minutes after the departure, Sei Ito and the others who were playing cards to kill time heard the announcement from the broadcast. Almost at the same time as the announcement on the broadcast, the dark scenery outside the car window suddenly changed. A purple sky appeared and endless mountain peaks, as well as emerald green trees that covered the mountain peaks and plains. This is already Gemengli's territory. Haimajima Ju Nai said with a smile. Oh, Seito responded non-committally. Huh, aren't you curious? Haimajima Ju Nai was surprised. I'm not a country boy who hasn't seen the world. Seito curled his lips. That's boring. It's rare that I want to see your surprised face. Haimajima Ju Nai pretended to be disappointed. Then, the train moved forward for more than 10 minutes, and a new announcement came. It was broadcasted from the broadcast. Arriving at the Gemengli Mansion. Arriving at the Gemengli Mansion. Thank you very much for riding this train. Hearing this announcement, Sei Ito and the others stopped playing cards and began to prepare to get off the train. At the same time, Riaz and Sajks, who disappeared along the way, appeared in front of everyone again. Then, the train moved forward for a short while. Only then did it come to a stop with a light cracking sound. The door opened, and Sei Ito followed Riaz and Sajks out of the train. Sir Sajks, Miss Riaz, welcome back. The orderly greeting instantly echoed in everyone's ears. Clap, 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 la la la, at the same time. Fireworks exploded into the sky, splitting into colorful sparks. Melodious music sounded. It played a solemn, yet cheerful tune. It was so loud that it was like welcoming the arrival of the head of state. But to be honest, Saj's identity as the Demon King was no different from the head of state. Only in terms of power, he was many times stronger. Thank you, everyone. I'm back, Riaz said with a smile on her face. Sir Saj, Miss, welcome back. You've arrived early. It's good that you had a safe journey. All right, everyone in Seito, please get on the carriage. We'll be moving to the Gemengli Mansion. Just then, Gilifia walked out from the crowd and said to everyone. Under Gilifia's lead, everyone got on the luxurious carriage one after another. Among them, Riaz had to accompany Sajex, who was her brother, but also the Demon King of the demonic realm, due to her identity as the heir of the House of Gimli. So, she sat in the front carriage with him and Gilifia. Sei Ito, an outsider with a rather unique identity, sat in the second carriage with Jurai Himajima. The third carriage was given to Shiba Yudo and Tachin Kitten. The horse hooves kicked lightly, and the carriage began to move. What a rare and close space, Jurai. Sei Ito turned to Jurai Himajima with a strange smile. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on Jurai Himajima's smooth thigh and slowly moved it under her uniform skirt. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the president? Jurai Himajima didn't stop him and smiled at Sei Ito. Isn't it exciting? Sei Ito lifted the edge of her pleated skirt and raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid that I'll resist? Jurai Himajima said with a dangerous expression. You won't be able to escape from me. Sei Ito replied softly. As if to match his words, his hand completely entered the skirt and touched a layer of soft fabric. Jurai Himajima still didn't stop him and only looked at him with a faint smile. Sei Ito made up his mind and bent his finger, then extended it again and reached in from the edge of the skirt. In an instant, he felt as if he had touched a strand of hair. But just as Sei Ito was about to move again, a hand pressed on the back of his hand. You can only stop here. If you continue, I might get angry. Jurai Himajima shook her head and said, AI, all right then. Sei Ito looked back at Jurai Himajima and sighed. He withdrew his finger and gently rubbed his hand on her thigh. The Red Dragon Emperor's dragon aura is really sharp. Feeling the smooth touch from the palm of his hand, Ito-sei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If I knew this toy was so useful, I would have fused with it when I extracted it. I think I would have completely conquered Junai by now. Just as he said, the Red Dragon Emperor had already been fused with his body. Originally, Sei Ito was going to keep it and wait until he needed to fuse with it or give it to someone else to fuse with it. But after seeing Seigex and discovering that the strength level of this world was a bit higher, Sei Ito decisively gave up his original plan and fused the Red Dragon Emperor with himself. At the same time, through a conversation with Dreza, he remembered that the Red Dragon Emperor had a very interesting auxiliary attribute, the ability to increase its attractiveness to women. The carriage traveled for a few minutes and finally stopped in front of a huge ancient castle. "We should get off," Jurai Himejima exhaled softly and reminded him. Sei Ito reluctantly withdrew his hand and nodded in agreement. "If you like it, we can continue next time." Jurai Himejima put her head close to Sei Ito's ear and whispered in a seductive voice. After saying that, without waiting for Sei Ito's reply, she immediately opened the curtain and walked down. Sei Ito chuckled and followed her down the carriage. At the same time, Shiba Yudo and Tachin Kitten also jumped down from the third carriage that had just stopped. At this time, the welcoming team in front of the courtyard was still extremely exaggerated. The first thing that came into view was a red carpet that stretched all the way to the huge castle. Maids in maid uniforms lined up in 2 rows on both sides of the carpet and bowed their heads respectfully. "Seigex, Sama, Milady, Sei Ito, and your family, please come in," Gurifia urged. Chapter 17:03. After that, Sei Ito had dinner with the Gimenri family. He got to know Riaz's mother, Vanilana Gimenri, as well as Seijax's son, Miliga's Gimenri. He was then arranged to rest in a ridiculously large room. That night was naturally calm and tranquil. Nothing wonderful happened. Clang, clang, clang. The next morning, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. "Come in," Sei Ito said. Creak. The door opened, and a young maid in a maid uniform pushed the door open and walked into the room. She stood still and bowed to Ito-sei, saying, "Sir, Miss Rias asked me to inform you to have a meal." "Okay." Sei Ito nodded and got up from the bed. He left the room with the maid and came to the spacious dining room. "Good morning, Rias, Junai, Kitten, Yudo, and Lady Gilifia." Sei Ito greeted his acquaintances. "Good morning, Dun." Rias and Junai Himeshima responded. "Good morning." This was Kitten's response. "Good morning, Sensei." This was Kiba Yudo's greeting. "Good morning, Sir Sei Ito." Finally, it was Gilifia's greeting. Sei Ito then walked to the dining table and sat down on a chair that a maid pulled out for him. "Where are Seijax and Lady Vanilana?" Sei Ito asked as the maid served his food. "My brother still has something to do, so he returned to the territory first. His mother, on the other hand, was having a gathering later. She left first," Riaz replied. At this time, the maid served his breakfast. It was very Western, with bread, milk, ham slices, and fried eggs. "What about the experiment?" Sei Ito asked again. "The demon couple you requested have arrived. They are now resting in the guest room. The equipment has also been sent to the newly vacated room for you. As long as you are ready, the experiment can begin at any time," Gilifia replied. "Also, if you need anything during the experiment, you can let me know. I will contact someone to arrange it for you." Before Sei Ito could speak, Gilifia spoke again. Gilifia said again, "That's good." Sei Ito nodded. He then picked up his knife and fork. He ate the food in front of him. 10 minutes later, the meal was over. Sei Ito, Gilifia, Riaz, and Junai Himeshima left the dining room and went to the room that had been modified into a modern experiment room. "Take a look and see if there's anything else you need. I'll have someone send it over later," Gilifia said. Ito-sei slowly looked around the room that had been transformed into the top laboratory of human beings in the mortal world, as well as the modern-era equipment. He shook his head slightly and said, No need, this is enough." It's even better than I expected. Gilifia smiled and didn't say anything. Thank you. Ms. Gilifia, go get them. Seito turned to Ms. Gilifia. All right. Gilifia replied before turning around and walking away. My dear Rias, Jinai Himashima, the experiment is about to begin. Shouldn't you give me some blessings? Seeing that Gilifia had left, Idose turned to look at Riaz and Jurai Himashima with a strange smile. Hee, what kind of blessings do you want? Deal. Jinai Himashima let out his usual weird laugh and asked with a smile. Riaz also looked at Seito with a confused look. Hee, since you want me to say it, I'll say it. Seito looked at the two of them and said. Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything, a vulgar smile appeared on his face as he continued. Then let me rub my chest. I believe that with your blessings, my hands will be very stable during the experiment. I'll definitely be able to complete the experiment smoothly. Just rub? Riaz asked. If you can suck it, that would be great. Seito chuckled. Suck it, Junai Himashima said with a troubled expression. Riaz also had a hesitant look on her face. If sucking doesn't work, then just rub it, even though the blessings won't be as good as sucking it. Seito looked at the two's expression and said, Okay, go ahead. After a pause, Riaz's expression became firm as she looked at Idose and said, Since even the president is willing, then I'll agree as well. Jinai Himashima also said with a smile, Really? That's great. Seito said happily, Then I won't hold back. Then he stepped in front of the two of them and formed a pair of tiger claws with his hands and gently placed them on Riaz's and Junai Himashima's chests. Then he closed his fingers and gently rubbed them. Instantly, a soft and warm feeling was transmitted to his palms through the cloth. That's great. Seito praised softly. If this experiment fails, I won't let you go. Deal. Riaz looked at Seito with a slightly red face and said, Me too. Junai Mishima agreed. Then if I succeed, will you give me a reward as well? For example, you can let me suck, bite, or something like that. Idose said without hesitation. That depends on your performance. Junai Himashima said. Gilifia is here. Just as Seito was about to say something, Riaz's voice suddenly sounded. Then, she took a step back and let her breasts escape from Seito's hands. Junai Himashima also stepped back. Seeing this, Seito pulled his hands back and looked at the door. Soon, Gilifia, 2 men, and a woman appeared in Seito's sight. Sir Seito, these 2 are the couple you need. Gilifia pointed at a middle-aged man with short black hair and a woman with wavy brown hair beside him. She looked decent, but her figure was comparable to Riaz's. Then, Gilifia pointed at another unfamiliar burly man. This is Rebiel. He will be in charge of guarding the lab after your experiment begins. If you need anything, you can contact me through him. Got it. Seito looked at Rebiel and nodded. I won't disturb Seito any further. Goodbye. Gilifia bowed. Good luck. Riaz looked at Seito and encouraged him. Don't disappoint us. Junai Himashima smiled. Don't worry. I'm still looking forward to the rewards you 2 will give me. Seito smiled. Then, Riaz and Junai Himashima also left the lab. Rebiel, go guard the door. After watching Riaz and Junai Himashima leave, Seito turned to Rebiel and said, Yes. Rebiel grunted and left the room, closing the door behind him. Take off your pants. As for you, take off all your clothes. After Rebiel left, Seito turned to the selected pure-blooded demon couple. Why do you want her to take off all her clothes? The man asked hesitantly in response to Seito's order. Why? Because she's a woman, the mother of your future child. I need to do a full body check on her. Seito said calmly. As for you, you're only a sperm provider. If it weren't for the fact that there are no accidents during the experiment, you can even take a small cup and do it yourself. After all, you just need to hand over your sperm. Hearing Seito's explanation, the man's expression turned sour. However, this was an order personally issued by Demon King Lucifer, and the Gimli family was involved as well. It wasn't something that a pure-blooded imp without a noble title could resist. Thus, Even though he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything and could only take off his trousers. At the same time, the woman on the side also took off her clothes. Seeing the two start to take action, Seito didn't waste any time. He turned around and walked to the side. Like a surgeon preparing to enter an operating room, he began to clean himself up and put on medical clothes. "You go lie down on the bed over there. You go over there." After a moment, Seito walked out of the changing room with his entire body covered in medical clothes and ordered the two who had already taken off their clothes. The two didn't waste any time and followed his instructions to lie down on the bed. "Put your legs on the bed," Seito ordered again. The demon couple obediently raised their legs and placed them on the protruding crescent-shaped brackets on both sides of the bed. Their legs were wide open, exposing their upper bodies to the air. Seeing the two lying down, Seito walked to the side of the male demon and began to extract the male demon's semen according to the corresponding steps. In a little more than a minute, nearly 4 milliliters of light yellow viscous liquid was extracted from the male demon's seminal vesicle by Seito and poured into a small plastic test tube. "Okay, you can put on your clothes and go out." Seito closed the lid of the test tube and put it aside without turning his head. "I want to stay here." The man got up and said, "Whatever." Seito turned his head and glanced at the demon man and said in a cold tone. Then he took out a ductile device from the medical table and walked to the bottom of the female demon's bed, facing her upper body. He put the ductile device in his hands together and adjusted the screw to open the opening. Then a patch of darkness entered his eyes. Seito reached out again and took out an aspirator connected to a slender tube from the medical table next to him and inserted the tip of the tube. Chapter 1704. P.S. Same old rules. The rest will be changed later. Chi-huff. Accompanied by a strange sound, a small stream of transparent viscous liquid flowed into the extractor in Seito's hand. Then Seito's arm moved slightly and took the extractor out of the female demon's body. "Get up." Turning around, Seito walked to the front of the operating table and poured the viscous liquid from the extractor into a small test tube bottle. The female demon moved her body and sat up from the bed. "Sir, can I wear clothes?" the female demon asked. "Wait a minute. You still have a checkup to do," Seito said without turning his head. "Oh." The female demon responded softly and turned to look at her husband. "Go to the door and stand there." At this time, Ito-sei, who had poured all the viscous liquid into the small test tube bottle, put the small test tube bottle together with the small test tube bottle containing the male demon's semen, turned around and said. The female demon nodded and walked to the door. Next to her was the male demon who was her husband. "You step back." Seito looked at the male demon and said. The male demon stepped back with a face full of grievances until Seito nodded and said yes. Afterward, Ito-sei walked to the front of the female devil and stood still when he was about a meter away from her. At the same time, a tool similar to a radiation detector suddenly appeared in his hand, and he pointed at the female devil with the front end. Beep, beep, a crisp buzzing sound rang out instantly. At the same time, a group of rapidly beating numbers appeared on the detector screen until a few seconds later. Only then did it completely stop. Sent 3:59, 22 thirds. Seeing this, Seito's thumb quickly moved a few times on the instrument and stored this information. Now, start operating the power in your body. Remember to slow down until you reach the peak of your power. Seito looked up at the female demon opposite him and said, "Okay." The female demon agreed and then silently operated the magic power in her body. Almost instantly, the number on the detector began to jump at high speed. Cent, 410. 12 cent, 450. 70 cent, 520. 33. Until cent, 776. 42 eighths. This was the last number displayed on the detector screen. "It's done." Seito quickly moved his thumb on the detector and stored the data. "The examination is complete. You can now put on your clothes and leave with your husband," Seito said. "Phew." Hearing Sei Ito's ha, the demon couple almost simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Ito-sei didn't care about the two of them. He turned around and walked to the front of the experiment table. He took the test tube bottle containing the couple's sperm and eggs. He turned around and walked to the high-power sterile microscopic operation table. He sent the 2 test tubes into the operation room. Then Sei Ito went to the front of the operation table, sat down, put his hands into the isolation sleeve in front of him, and began to select and inject the sperm and eggs inside. This was a delicate work that required patience, but fortunately, Sei Ito's temperament and state of mind were enough. So after more than half an hour, as many as 300 artificial, fertilized egg cells were produced. Damn, as expected of a demon, the sperm activity is so high. If an ordinary human wants to undergo artificial insemination, it's already not bad to be able to cultivate 20 pairs of excellent fertilized egg cells. This is good. It directly broke 100. Sei Ito, who sat up straight, exhaled lightly. Then his mind moved. A square metal box that looked like an incubator appeared on the blank table next to Sei Ito. Sei Ito stretched out his hand and beckoned, and the detector that he had used previously appeared in his hand. His fingers moved slightly. Then there was a soft click sound, and a memory card the size of an SM card popped out of the detector. Sei Ito took off the memory card and inserted it into a small opening on the new metal box that appeared on the table. Click! Then, Sei Ito pressed the start button of the instrument and pressed a few buttons on the touch LCD screen that lit up. Beep! A crisp electronic hum sounded. Hearing the sound, Sei Ito stopped operating the metal box, turned around, and randomly pulled out 30 petri dishes containing fertilized eggs from the more than 300 fertilized egg cells in the sterile operation table. Then, Sei Ito returned to the metal box and reached out to open it. In an instant, a space separated by 3 or 4 metal fences appeared in front of Sei Ito. Familiar magic fluctuations constantly overflowed from the box. The reason why this fluctuation was familiar was because Sei Ito had just felt it before. It was the magic fluctuations emitted by the female demon. Simply put, this metal box was a development box designed to imitate the environment of a demon body. It read the data stored in the memory card inserted into the machine and adjusted the environment to create the most suitable environment for the development of the cells. And this was the most crucial part of Sei Ito's artificial insemination technology. Because in Emma's research tests, he learned that the reason why artificial insemination technology developed by ordinary humans could not allow demon eggs to survive effectively was because of the lack of the corresponding environmental factors. Of course, directly placing the fertilized egg cells in a suitable environment would not work because the environmental aura would be too strong. Not only would it not allow the cells to survive successfully, but it would also destroy the life activity of the cells and cause the conception to fail. Therefore, a suitable environment was the key. In order to solve this problem, Emma specially sought out the staff of the Magical Engineering Science and Technology Department and Nina, the head of the Energy Crystal Manufacturing Department. She got them to work together to build the Mother Nest environmental creation machine, which could be used to cultivate the demon egg cells. In addition, Emma also thought of the problem of the fertilized egg cells returning to the mother's body. Therefore, on the basis of creating a suitable cultivation environment, she also thought of a way to solve the problem of the fertilized egg cells returning to the mother's body. That was to directly create the corresponding exclusive mother's body environment. There was naturally no problem with the mother's body environment. It did not even need to be directly cultivated by the mother's body. With the current strength of the Cube World's ecological laboratory, it could also be done. But demons could not do it because they had energy centers and energy networks in their bodies, and they were emitting fluctuations all the time. If the fertilized egg cells that had not undergone adaptation treatment were directly sent into the mother's body, it was entirely possible that the moment the fertilized egg cells touched the wall, they would be obliterated by the magic fluctuations naturally emitted by the demon mother's body. This was not what Sei Ito wanted. Therefore, In order to allow the fertilized egg cells to adapt to the magic fluctuations of the mother's body from the beginning, after discussion with Emma, the magic wave detector that was used during the previous inspection came into being. It became a complementary tool for the mother nest environment manufacturing machine to detect the corresponding body data and magic fluctuations of the mother's body. Saito looked at the environment inside the box and placed the stacked petri dishes into the mother nest environment manufacturing machine one by one. Then he closed the box door. Bam! Now, all we have to do is wait for the cultivation time to end. Saito raised his hand to take off the mask on his face and exhaled softly. Then he walked back to the sterile operation box and took out more than 200 petri dishes that were still stored inside one by one. He placed them in the storage room at the side and added a layer of seal on the outside. After doing all that, Saito turned around and entered the changing room. He took off the medical protective suit on him and changed into his original clothes before turning around and walking out of the laboratory. "Sir," hearing the door open, Rebiel called out in a muffled voice. "The experiment is done. All that's left is to wait for time. So, during this time, you have to guard this place the entire time. Don't let anyone near this laboratory. Do you understand?" Idose looked at the tall and sturdy man in front of him, Rebier, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, sir," Rebiel replied in a low voice. Hearing this, Saito smiled slightly and reached out to pat Rebiel's arm. Then, he turned around and walked down the red-carpeted corridor into the distance. Soon, he disappeared from Rebiel's sight. Therefore, in order to allow the fertilized egg cells to adapt to the mother's magic fluctuations from the beginning, after discussion with Emma, the magic wave detector that was used during the previous inspection came into being. It became a complementary tool for the mother nest environment manufacturing machine to detect the corresponding body data and magic fluctuations of the mother's body. Saito looked at the environment inside the box and placed the stacked petri dishes into the mother nest environment manufacturing machine one by one. Then, he closed the box door. Bang! Now, all that's left is to wait for the incubation period to end. Saito raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. Then, he walked back to the sterile operation box and took out the remaining 200 or so petri dishes one by one. He placed them in the storage room on the side and added a layer of seal on the outside. After doing all this, Saito turned around and went into the changing room. He took off the medical protective suit on him and changed back into his original clothes. Then, he turned around and walked out of the laboratory. "Sir," Rebiel called out when he heard the door open. "The experiment is done. All that's left is to wait for time. So, during this time, you have to guard this place the entire time. Don't let anyone near this laboratory. Do you understand?" Idose looked at the tall and sturdy man in front of him, Rebier, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, sir," Rebiel replied in a low voice. Hearing this, Saito smiled and patted Rebiel's arm. Then, he turned around and walked down the red-carpeted corridor into the distance. Soon, he disappeared from Rebiel's sight. Chapter 1705. P.S. Thank you to Hell Royals, Dust Under the Storm, and Instant Potato for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato and NXCX for their tips. Shall I attack? Saito looked at Rias and the others who were not far away. At the same time, opposite of Saito, Rias, Himejima Jinai, Tashiro Kitten, and Shibiyudo were guarding Rias behind them. They were ready to attack at any time as they stared at Saito. "Bring it on," Rias said. "Then I won't hold back." Saito smiled. As he said that, he kicked the ground, and his body immediately turned into a black light that rushed towards Rias and the others. Shibiyudo's eyes narrowed as he also turned into a shadow and rushed forward. Clang! Two figures appeared as the two swords clashed together, creating sparks from the friction. Idose pushed his arm hard, forcing Kibiyudo to hold his sword with both hands, and lifted his foot to kick out. The latter quickly jumped back and brushed past Saito's foot. Knight's agility, huh? Saito squinted his eyes and thought. Then he sped up again and suddenly appeared in front of Shibiyudo, who had just landed. He bent his body sideways and used his shoulder to slam into Shiba Yudo. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shiba Yudo's defense was greatly reduced because he used the power of the chess piece and was immediately sent flying. Looks like he wasn't joking with us. He really does have the ability to challenge us. Rias looked at Shiba Yudo, who was sent flying, and said softly with a serious face, "That's good. Now I can hit him with my thunder to my heart's content." He. Haimajima Jinai on the side said as he let out a strange laugh filled with joy and anticipation. Kitten. Rias ignored Junai, who was about to explode with his S attribute. She raised her voice and said, hearing the call, Kitten did not hesitate and immediately rushed behind Shiba Yudo and caught him with both hands. At the same time, Sei Ito, who had completed his shoulder ram, straightened his body and charged at Rias again. Crack! However, just as Sei Ito was about to take off, a bright yellow lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky, forcing him to jump back. Sei Ito looked up at the sky. There, a pair of bat-like wings spread out behind him. However, Haimajima Jurai, who had pitch-black demonic wings that were dozens of times larger, was hovering in the air. She held a rolling yellow ball of lightning in her hand and had an extremely joyful expression on her face. Seeing Sei Ito looking at her, the smile on Himishima Junai's face became even wider. She raised her hand and shot out the thunderball in her hand. The ball of lightning turned into a bolt of lightning and shot straight at Sei Ito. Sei Ito's figure flashed and immediately disappeared from the spot. In the next second, he flashed and appeared in front of Himishima Junai and reached out to grab her full breasts. If it's considered an attack, you've already been knocked down. Sei Ito's palm gently kneaded there, while looking at Junai, who was close by with a smile on his face. But you didn't attack me now, did you? Himishima Junai replied with a smile. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito to speak, electric light burst out from her body. It formed an electric field and rushed towards Sei Ito. In this regard, Sei Ito had already sensed it. His figure flashed and flew back. Shio! At this moment, suddenly, a bright red destructive power shot out from below. Sei Ito stretched out his free arm and unfolded a circular magic circle in front of his palm. It was a mid-style defensive magic. Boom! The red light exploded. There was a loud explosion. Although the sound and light effects weren't weak, it couldn't break Sei Ito's magic barrier. Junai! Ria shouted. Understood, Junai replied. Then a thick bolt of lightning and a scarlet destructive power shot towards Sei Ito. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled lightly. His figure flashed and disappeared from midair. He appeared behind Rias and put away his weapon. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the pair of plump headlights in front of Rias' chest. Boom! Only then did Rias and Junai's attacks collide and explode with a loud explosion. The enemy closed in on you. You lost, Rias, Sei Ito whispered in Rias' ear. Oomph! Rias snorted and bent her arm to hit Sei Ito's waist. Sei Ito let go of his hands and took a step back to avoid Rias' attack. Then Tashiro Kitten and Kiba Yudo's attacks followed. Sei Ito stretched out his hands and created a mid-style defensive magic circle in front of his palms, blocking the attacks of the two. Block! Bang! Then, the magic circle disappeared. Sei Ito used his hands to grab Kiba Yudo's sword and Tashiro Kitten's fist. He then pulled hard, and Tashiro Kitten's body and Kiba Yudo's body slammed into each other. Bang! Ito Sei stepped back. At the same time, he pointed at the two people who were a little embarrassed. In an instant, several light circles appeared on Tashiro Kitten and Kiba Yudo's bodies, binding them like a human stick. They lost their balance and fell to the ground. Bang! Then, Sei Ito moved again and appeared behind Dry Himishima, who was in midair, and pointed at her. Junai, be careful. Riaz quickly warned Junai. She then raised her hand and shot a destructive spell at Ito Sei. Itosei did not dodge. Instead, he opened his hand and summoned a magic barrier to greet the attack. Boom! The destructive magic circle collided with Sei Ito's magic circle and exploded with a loud bang. Using this delay, the attack that was cast on Jurai Himishima's body took shape. A three-dimensional equilateral triangle suddenly appeared outside of Jurai Himishima's body and trapped her tightly. It was slowly compressing inwards, and it didn't take long for it to do so. It made Jurai Himishima feel tight and narrow, and it was difficult for her to stretch her limbs. Mid-style magic crystal cage. Then, Ito used teleportation again and appeared in front of Rias. He looked at her and smiled. "Are you still not going to admit defeat?" "Okay, I admit defeat," Rias said helplessly. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the magic circle on Tashiro Kitten, Kibiyudo, and Jurai Himishima's bodies immediately exploded. They turned into photon particles that filled the sky and slowly melted into the air. "Remember the fruit of victory you promised me." Ito looked at Rias in front of him and smiled slyly. "Humph. The Gimli family will not go back on their words." Rias snorted. "But I didn't expect you to be so strong." Then, Rias looked at Ito in front of her with surprise. Originally, when she heard Ito's proposal to have a rating game competition with them, Rias thought he was bored and wanted to find some fun to pass the time. So she didn't take it to heart and was prepared to fulfill his wish, train her own family, and take the opportunity to understand Ito's true strength. But who would have thought that Ito would show a level of combat that made her raise her eyebrows? She had no choice but to treat this battle seriously. But even so, she still lost the competition with Jurai Himishima. Rias was not only unwilling, but also surprised by Ito's strength. Hearing Rias's words, Ito smiled slightly. He didn't say anything. "Why don't you become my dependent?" Rias suggested, her eyes sparkling. "Forget it. My goal is to take you into my harem, not to become your harem." Ito shook his head and laughed. "But then again, your lineup is a bit too weak." Then, without waiting for Rias to speak, Ito changed the topic. "If that's the case, when you become an adult and start rating game, you might lose a lot of matches." Knowing that Ito was telling the truth, Rias couldn't help but have a thoughtful look on her face. "Okay, I should go to the lab. After all, it's more important over there." Ito looked at Rias, Jurai Himishima, Kita Tashiro, and Yudo Kiba. Then, he said goodbye to everyone and left the training ground. A moment later, Ito appeared in front of the lab door again. "Your Excellency." The muscular man guarding the door, Rebiel, greeted Ito. "Thank you for your hard work, Rebiel." Ito smiled. Rebiel didn't say anything. Ito didn't mind as he opened the door and walked into the lab. Bang! The door automatically closed. In the room, Ito slowly walked to the mother nest environmental fabricator that was placed on a long metal table and pressed a few buttons on the LCD screen beside it. In an instant, the metal layer on the outside of the mother nest environmental fabricator changed color and quickly became transparent, revealing the petri dish inside. With a thought, Ito took out a high magnification scope and placed it in front of his eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the development of the fertilized egg cells in the petri dish inside the box. After a moment, Ito nodded slightly and stood up. He put away the high magnification scope and pressed a few buttons on the LCD screen of the mother nest environmental fabricator, turning the box back into an opaque metal box. Then, Ito turned around and left the lab. He greeted Rebiel, who was guarding the door, and walked toward the main house. A few hours later at night, creak. At this time, a soft sound suddenly came and attracted Ito's attention. Then, under his gaze, the bedroom door opened, and Rias, who was wearing a light pink see-through miniskirt and pajamas, slowly walked into the room. "I thought you wouldn't come." Ito smiled as he looked at Rias, who walked into the room. "The Gimli family won't go back on their words," Rias said with a straight face. Then he slowly walked to the kind of bed that could only be seen in ancient European aristocratic families on TV. No matter how it was enough for 4 people to lie side by side on the wide bed and sat down. Ito saw this and lifted the thin blanket covering him. Rias glanced at Ito, then took off her pajamas and underwear. She then lowered her body and lay down. Remember, you can only hug, Ria said with her eyes closed. This was Seito's reward for winning the rating. He could hug Ria's body to sleep. Yes, you can only hug. Seito chuckled and covered Ria's with a blanket. Then, he lay down and moved his body close to Ria's. He reached out and hugged her warm body in his arms. He pressed her back tightly against his chest and placed his tiger claws on Ria's plump breasts. It's a hug, Seito whispered in Ria's ear. I knew you wouldn't be so honest. Ria sighed helplessly. Seito smiled and didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and rested. Feeling Seito's body temperature on her back and hearing his faint breathing, Ria gradually relaxed and closed her eyes to sleep. Not long after, a new sound was heard. Himajima Jinai, who was only wearing a set of blue patterned underwear and underwear, snuck into the room. She walked to the side of the bed like a kitten stealing a fish. She lifted the blanket and lay down. Then, she moved her body behind Seito and reached out her hands to hug him. You're quite bold, Seito said to Himajima Jinai using secret sound transmission. You don't like it? Himajima Jinai raised her head and put her mouth next to Seito's ear and said softly in a greasy voice. While she was talking, her hand that was resting on Seito's chest started to move around mischievously. In an instant, he felt a slight itch on his skin. Aren't you afraid that Ria's will be angry? Seito said again. Didn't you say that you want to take us into your harem? This kind of thing will happen sooner or later. When the time comes, I'll rely on you, my dear. Himajima Jinai replied with a smile. That depends on your performance. Seito chuckled. Then turn around first. Himajima Jinai whispered. Hearing that, Seito gently removed one of his hands from Ria's chest and let himself lie down. Then, he turned his head to look at Himajima Jinai beside him. However, what he saw was not Himajima Jinai's face, but a round bun with a little bit of redness on it. Didn't you always want to suck it? Come on. Himajima Jinai's voice sounded in Seito's ear. Seeing that, Seito did not hold back. He immediately opened his mouth and bit the cherry that was standing proudly and gently sucked it. Then, almost at the same time, Seito's other hand that was still on Ria's chest also started to move gently. Instinctively, Ria frowned in her sleep. Chapter 1706. All right, that's all for today. I'm satisfied. Go and rest. Seito said softly as he looked at Himashima Jinai, who was panting beside him. All right then. Himashima Jinai stood up and turned to look at Ria, who was still sleeping soundly. Like a child who succeeded in his prank, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he said softly, Good night then, my dear. Himashima Jinai retracted her gaze and looked at Seito as she said. After saying that, she reached out and grabbed the blue underwear that she had thrown to the side. She climbed out of the bed from the quilt. Just like when she came, she tiptoed and quietly left the room like a kitten. Click! The door of a room closed gently. Seeing that Himashima Jinai left, Seito smiled and turned over to hug Ria's in his arms again. He then placed his hand that was previously removed on her chest again. For the rest of the night, there were no more night attacks like this. The next morning, the morning sun shone into the room through the bedroom's glass and finally fell on Ria's, who was curled up in Seito's arms, waking her up from her sleep. Ria's eyelids fluttered as she opened her eyes with a lazy moan. Morning, Ria's. Even though they were facing each other, Seito still did not remove his hand from Ria's chest and greeted her with a smile. As he spoke, the hand on Ria's chest moved a little in tandem with her. Morning done, Ria's replied softly. Then she sat up on her side. As the thin blanket covering her slid down, Ria's fair and smooth body was completely exposed to the air. Then, Ria's turned around and got off the bed. She bent over and grabbed the underwear that she threw away last night and put it on in front of Seito. Along with the morning sun that shone in through the window, Ria's looked like a fairy as her body emitted a faint glow. So beautiful. Seito, who supported his head with one arm and looked sideways at Riaz, putting on her clothes, praised softly. After a while, Riaz put on her pajamas and greeted Seito. She turned around and left the room that was assigned to him. Seeing this, Seito did not lie on the bed for long. He sat up, lifted the blanket, turned around and got off the bed and began to wash up. After 10 minutes, a refreshed Seito appeared in the room again. Then he did not stay. He turned around and left the room and went to the empty training field behind the Gimli's house and met up with Kiba Yudo, who was training. Sensei. Seeing Ito-sei's arrival, Shiba Yudo, who was doing basic training with his sword, stopped and greeted him. "Good morning, Kiba." Seito smiled and nodded in response. Then he walked to the open space not far from Kiba Yudo and stood still. He slowly practiced a set of fist techniques. Hoo, puff, puff. The sound of air breaking was heard in the field. On the side, Kiba Yudo, who had seen him twice in the past 2 days, was not as surprised as when he first saw him. He retracted his gaze, held his sword with both hands, and continued to do the basic movement of kendo. Chop. Just like that. The two of them did not disturb each other and spent half an hour. Then Kiba Yudo, who came to greet the two of them for breakfast, called out. They stopped and walked to the dining room together. On the way, Kiba Yudo looked at Seito ambiguously from time to time, provoking his emotions. Keep messing around. See how I deal with you tonight. In the end, Seito, who couldn't bear it anymore, used the secret method to send his voice to Kiba Yudo's ears and said fiercely. Kiba Yudo turned around and threw Seito a look that was more appropriate to call it seduction than provocation. After a while, the three of them came to the dining room. Each found a seat and began to enjoy the Western-style breakfast made by the Gimli family's maids. There wasn't much breakfast. It was still the same old 4 slices of bread, ham, fried eggs, and milk, plus a few suitable salads or other things that could be eaten as breakfast. So it didn't take long for them to finish their breakfast and came to the living room to drink black tea. Riaz, go call the female demon named Cyndia. Seito, who took a sip of the black tea in his cup, said, Okay, Riaz said, then turned her head to the side and nodded to the maid who was waiting on the side. The latter understood, bowed, and left. Are there any problems with the experiment? After the maid left, Riaz asked with concern. No, it went very smoothly. That's why I asked you to call her over. Because I plan to put the cultivated, fertilized egg cells back into her body later and begin the second stage of the work. Seito smiled. I see, Riaz said in realization. Then wait another 3 to 4 days. When all of Cyndia's conditions have stabilized, she can be handed over to the underworld's doctor to take care of. Then we can return to the human world. Seito continued. Does that mean that we can complete the task at that time? Kiba Yudo asked. It can only be said to be half done. Only after 10 months, when the child is born, will it be considered a complete success. Seito explained. But during this time, we don't have to worry about anyone forcing Riaz to marry. Seito turned to look at Riaz and then smiled. I think even if someone really wants to force the president to marry, you will stop it. Kiba Yudo said softly with a smile. Of course, Riaz is my chosen harem. How can I let other men take her away? When the time comes, I will definitely make them regret being born in this world. Seito said proudly as an imposing aura erupted from his body. Milady, they are here. At this moment, the maid who left earlier returned to the living room and reported to Riaz with a slight bow. All right, you guys chat. I'm going over, Seito said as he put the teacup in his hand aside. He then stood up from a sofa and walked towards the passage leading to the laboratory. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Once inside, Seito met up with the female demon Cyndia, who looked a little nervous. They came to the outside of the laboratory together and opened the door under the watchful eyes of the gatekeeper, Rebiel, and brought Cyndia into the laboratory. Bang! The door closed automatically. Take off all your clothes, Seito said. After saying that, without waiting for Cyndia's response, he turned around and walked to the disinfection room. He took off his clothes and used the equipment inside to clean his body. He then changed into a full set of medical isolation clothes and walked out of the disinfection room again. At this time, the female demon Cynthia had already taken off her clothes. She stood there naked with a nervous look on her face. "Go lie down on the bed." Seito looked at Cynthia and said. The latter nodded and quickly walked to the side of the bed where she lay down last time. She turned around and sat down. She lay flat on her back and opened her legs without Seito's instruction. She placed her 2 calves on the crescent-shaped leg rests on both sides of the bed. At the same time, Seito also opened the Nest environment creation machine in front of him and took out all the petri dishes. Then, Seito took out a high-magnification microscope and placed it in front of his eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the life status of each fertilized egg cell in the petri dishes. "You're the one." After a while, Seito put away the high-magnification microscope in his hand, picked up a petri dish containing the fertilized egg cells in the best cell condition, and walked to the side of the bed. Seito reached out and pulled a chair at the end of the bed. He sat down, then took out a ductile device from the medical equipment box beside him and inserted it into Cynthia's body. His fingers moved the screw and opened the inside. Seito, who had already seen the inside scene once, was not interested in seeing it again. He directly reached out and grabbed the equipment beside him. He opened the petri dish and used the instrument to suck up the fertilized egg cells inside, then sent them into Cynthia's body. It passed through the organs and went straight to the uterus. He pressed a button and placed the fertilized egg cells inside. Under the observation of the instrument's miniature probe, the fertilized egg cells lightly floated and landed on the uterus wall. "From now on, for the next 3 days, and for the next few days, you have to maintain this position until I say it's okay," Ito said as he took out the device and looked up at Cynthia, who was on the trestle bed. Cynthia was stunned. "So, from today onwards, you will stay here. I will have someone send you 3 meals a day." Ito pushed away the instrument in front of him, stood up from his seat, and said, "Oh." Cynthia, who knew that she had no power to resist, responded in a muffled voice. Then, Ito waved his arm and a blanket appeared in his hand. He used psychokinesis to send it to Cynthia's body and covered her waist and abdomen. "Remember to keep it warm. Don't catch a cold. Don't move your body or use force. If you're going to go to the bathroom, there's a bedpan over there. You're not allowed to go to the bathroom." Ito said again. "Yes." Cynthia replied with a red face. After that, Ito gave Cynthia a few more instructions, then turned around and walked into the disinfection room. He took off the medical gown, changed back into his own clothes, and left the lab. Of course, to prevent Rebiel from barging in or Cynthia's husband from causing problems, Ito purposely reminded Rebiel again. Then, he patted Rebiel's arm and returned to the living room of the Gimli's house. He met up with Ryaz, Himejima Junai, Tashiro Katsuchan, and Kiba Yudo. Then, in the midst of joy, another 3 days filled with all kinds of benefits passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 17:07. Not bad, it's done. Ito pushed away the equipment in front of him and looked up at the female demon Cynthia, who was lying on a bed. "Can I leave this place now?" Cynthia asked expectantly. In the past few days, it could be said that Cynthia had suffered a lot. Although she ate well, she couldn't sleep well. She didn't dare to move, and she had to maintain a very embarrassing posture. She had enough of eating and pooping on the bed. If possible, she didn't want to stay in this laboratory for a moment longer. "Yes," Ito nodded. However, before Cynthia could fully express her happiness, Ito changed his tone and said, "Yes, you can, but you still have to try to keep your waist and abdomen high. You can't move or use your strength. Going to the toilet in a normal position is still prohibited." Cynthia's expression stiffened as she exclaimed in surprise. But after thinking about it, she accepted it. It was fine as long as she didn't have to stay in this cold laboratory. "Yes, my lord," Syndicate, who had regained her senses, quickly replied. Ito nodded and stood up from his seat. He took off his protective suit and walked to the door of the laboratory. Creak. Seito opened the door. Rebiel, tell Miss Gulifia to come here. Seito said to Rebiel, who was guarding the door. Yes, sir, Rebiel replied. Then, with a flash of light, Rebiel disappeared into a complicated cube with the Gimli family's rune. Seeing this, Seito closed the door and returned to the laboratory. After about 5 or 6 minutes, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Seito shouted. Creak. The door opened. The silver-haired witch in blue and white maid attire, Gulifia, walked into the laboratory. Madame Gulifia. Seeing Gulifia, Cynthia, who was wearing a hospital gown and was no longer naked, hurriedly called out. But fortunately, she remembered Seito's instructions and didn't move her body. She was still lying flat on the bed. Her waist was raised high. Of course, under her waist, there was a soft pillow on the cushion. Otherwise, even a demon wouldn't be able to maintain this position for long. Good evening, Sir Seito, Gulifia said. Good evening, Miss Gulifia. Seito stood up and said. Then he turned to Cynthia, who was lying on the bed, and continued. The experiment is completed. The fertilized egg cells had already been placed back in her body, and they had completely adhered to the walls of her uterus. All that was left was the usual maintenance. That, the doctors of the underworld can do it. In other words, sir, you want us to take care of her? Gulifia turned to Seito and asked. Yes. Seito nodded. Of course, if there are any problems during the process, you can come to me. I will provide you with technical support. Seito continued. All right. Gulifia thought about it and nodded. Then, Seito and Gulifia discussed some follow-up matters. Then, he bid farewell to Gulifia and left the laboratory. He found Riaz, Junai, and the others who were playing in the swimming pool owned by the Gimli family. Junai Himejima was swimming in the pool in a black bikini. Riaz, in a red bikini, was half lying on a sun lounger by the pool. She held a glass of juice in her hand and sipped quietly. Touching Kitten, in a white one-piece swimsuit, sat by the pool. Her white feet and calves were in the pool as she kicked the water up and down. As for Shiba Yudo, the only male among the four, he was wearing a pair of swimming trunks and acting as a waiter. From time to time, he would pass some fruits and juice to Kitten, Riaz, or Himejima Junai, who was swimming in the pool. You guys sure are enjoying yourselves. Seito smiled as he came to the pool. Okay, you come down too. Junai Himejima stopped swimming and called out to Seito, who was standing by the pool. Okay. Seito agreed without hesitation. He then walked into the room and changed into a pair of swimming trunks. A few minutes later, Seito reappeared in front of everyone in a pair of black swimming trunks. Although his body was not bulging, it was full of supple and defined muscles. Splash! Seito jumped into the water. Junai, how about we have a swimming competition? Seito turned to look at Junai Himejima in the pool and asked with a smile. It smells like a conspiracy. Not waiting for Jijima Junai to speak, the touching Kitten at the side sounded very small, but it was just enough to be heard by others. Seito turned to look at touching Kitten, who didn't even look at him. He. Even Kitten can see that you're up to no good. I won't be fooled. Junai Himejima chuckled. He then swayed his body and swam leisurely in the pool again. Looking at Junai Himejima, who was swimming slowly in the pool, Seito chuckled. He immediately held his breath, lowered his body, and sank into the water. He quietly swam to Junai Himejima's side. But just as he was about to sneak attack Junai Himejima, a large splash of water suddenly rushed towards him. Affected by this, Junai Himejima swam to the side. At the same time, Seito turned to look in the direction of the splash to see what caused this situation. In an instant, Touching Kitten's petite figure appeared in his line of sight. Her feet swayed gently as she swam underwater. Although everything seemed to be a coincidence, Seito still felt that Kitten did it on purpose. Otherwise, why did she look at him just now? Thinking of this, Seito didn't hold back. He jumped up and swam to Touching Kitten's side like a fish. He reached out and slapped her little butt. Because it was underwater, there was no sound. But touching kitten, who felt her but being slapped, immediately turned her head and stared fiercely at Ito, who had a smirk on his face. Then touching kitten turned her body and swung her leg to kick Ito. As the war chariot of chess pieces, Kitten's strength was enormous. Almost at the same time she moved, a surge of power and water rushed towards Ito. Ito raised his hand and blocked in front of his body. Boom! The next moment, a huge explosion sounded. A tall column of water gushed out from the pool. After rising to 4 or 5 meters, it fell back into the pool with a bang sound, creating a large splash that spread out in all directions. Affected by this, Riaz, who was originally sunbathing by the pool, was immediately drenched. What happened? Riaz stood up from the sun chair and looked at the pool in confusion. This was the pool in her house, not the bathing area outside. Logically speaking, it was impossible for this kind of inexplicable explosion to happen. Even if it was a magical beast, it shouldn't be able to sneak in here. But don't forget, this was the Jimenez's house. The Duke's house. She, Riaz, was a superior demon. What kind of magical beast could sneak in under her nose without her noticing? But just as she finished her sentence, another explosion came from the pool, and a much smaller column of water shot out. Bang! 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 Then, several more loud, muffled sounds reverberated from the pool. But as the explosions continued, the water in the pool became less and less, until it finally became a shallow puddle. The real situation inside was completely revealed to Riaz, Shiba Yudo, and Himejima Jirai, who had come ashore without anyone noticing. Kitten, it's done? Riaz was stunned as she looked at the two people fighting fiercely in the pool that was already in midair. Of course, although it was a battle, it was more like touching Kitten was attacking with a serious face, while Ito was letting go with a smile. In terms of form, it was somewhat similar to a martial arts master sparring with his disciple. Both of you stop. Then, Riaz took out her master's authority and said loudly. Hearing Riaz's voice, touching Kitten immediately took the opportunity when the attack was blocked to jump back and snorted at Ito, who was standing still. Tell me, what happened? Riaz looked at the two people standing separately in the pool and asked. Nothing, just playing a game with a kitten. Ito glanced at touching Kitten on the opposite side and turned to Riaz with a smile. Really? Riaz looked at Ito suspiciously, then turned to look at touching Kitten on the side. Yeah. For some reason, touching Kitten did not tell the truth, but instead agreed with Ito. Okay, but as a punishment for your mischief this time, the two of you will be responsible for the cleaning of the pool. You have no objections, right? Since the two of them said so, Riaz chose to believe them. That was the truth, but she did not let the two of them go so easily and announced. No, Ito smiled. Touching Kitten on the side also shook his head. Seeing this, Riaz nodded with satisfaction, then called Himejima Jirai and Shiba Yudo to leave the pool together. Seeing that Riaz and the other two left, Ito did not hesitate and immediately used psychokinesis and the ability of fluid control to envelop the water around the pool and pulled it into the air one by one. In an instant, the water that was originally flowing all over the ground was like iron sand attracted by a magnet. It swarmed into the air and gathered into a somewhat dirty sphere, wriggling irregularly in the air. Chapter 1708. P.S. Thanks to Number, JD, and Insta-Killing Potato for their tips. Whoosh, a large amount of water appeared out of thin air and flowed into the swimming pool, creating a splash and filling up the swimming pool. Done. Ito looked at the rippling water and smiled. Come, Kitten, let's continue playing. Ito then looked up at touching Kitten and smiled. Touching Kitten ignored Ito and waded to the side of the swimming pool. She placed her arms on the edge of the pool and stood up with her legs bent. She then walked straight to the living room of the main residence. Sigh. Ito saw this and could not help but let out a soft sigh. He then waded to the edge of the pool, climbed onto the bank, and walked back to the living room. A moment later, Sei Ito, who had changed into a fresh set of clothes, returned to the living room and met up with Rias, Junai, and the others, who had also changed into new clothes. I heard from Galifia that your experiment is complete. Rias, who was sipping on a cup of black tea, asked Ito Sei as he walked into the living room. It will take a long time to complete, but the process in between no longer requires my personal attention. I can leave it to the doctors in the underworld. So for now, my work is complete. Itosi walked straight to the kitten and sat down beside her. Without any explanation, he reached out and grabbed the kitten's waist, lifted her up, and sat her down on his lap. Itosi then hugged her and explained. Tachin Kitten did not expect Sei Ito to be so bold. She blushed and immediately elbowed Sei Ito's abdomen. Bam! Her elbow landed on Sei Ito's body. A clear muffled sound was heard. However, Sei Ito's expression did not change at all. He only smiled and looked down at Tachin Kitten on his lap. He, Junai, who was opposite him, let out a familiar strange laugh. Bad. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the kitten said softly. However, it did not resist. Instead, it lowered its head and continued to eat the pastry in its hand. Seeing this, Ito Sei raised his hand and gently rubbed the kitten's head. In other words, we can now leave the underworld and return to school. Sei Ito looked up at Rias and continued. Lise nodded her head slightly. What happened next was simple. Everyone stayed in the living room for a while and finished the black tea or pastries in their cups. They then returned to their rooms to pack their things. Then they gathered together again and rode the carriage to the station like how they came. They boarded the Gimli family's private dimensional train and returned to the human world through the official passage. Actually, you can use the teleportation array to return directly. You don't have to accompany me, on board the carriage said. Sei Ito was right, because he didn't need to accompany others like he did when he first arrived. Lias, who was now sitting across from him, said, "We are companions, aren't we? There's no reason for me to let you leave on your own." Rias smiled. More than an hour later, with a soft click, the train stopped. Rias took the lead and led everyone out of the train. They stood on the familiar platform of the train station. Then, without stopping, they returned to the surface the same way they came. "Everyone go back first. I still have some things to take care of." Rias turned around and said to everyone. Everyone nodded and agreed. With that, Rias headed in the direction of Chariot King Academy. After watching Rias leave, Sei Ito turned his head and said to Jurai Himashima beside him, "Jurai, I'll send you back." Era, doesn't Sensei need to send the kitten off?" Jurai Himashima looked at the expressionless kitten and smiled. "Pervert, stay away," Jurai Himashima said. Sei Ito heard and looked at Jurai Himashima speechlessly. The latter did not even bother to look at him as she turned around and walked away. "Then I'll take my leave too." Kibayudo, who was very perceptive, said at the right time, "Be careful." Sei Ito acted like a sensei and reminded him. Kibayudo slightly bowed to Ito Seiji, turned around, and walked away. After Kibayudo left, Sei Ito reached out and held Jurai Himashima's hand and smiled. "Let's go, Jurai." Himajima Jurai smiled slightly, opened his 5 fingers, and intertwined his 5 fingers with Ito Sei's 5 fingers. Hand in hand, they walked into the distance. Along the way, the two chatted casually. After some time, they stopped in front of a long staircase. "Shrine." Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said. Jurai Himashima smiled and didn't say anything. She held Sei Ito's hand and walked up the staircase to the shrine. I didn't expect Jurai Himashima's home to be a shrine. But is there no problem? According to the situation of demons, they shouldn't appear in such a place. Sei Ito turned to look at Jurai Himashima and said, "Shrine, according to Japanese religious customs, meant that it was the abode of God, a place protected by God, and the exclusive sphere of influence of God. It was similar to the church facilities of the Western monotheistic religions, which had an innate rejection of demons. So no demon would step into such a place unprepared, because not only would their body feel uncomfortable and their strength would be suppressed, but it might also lead to a conflict between forces. It doesn't matter. This place is special, Jurai Himishima said softly. There weren't many staircases, only about 100 or so. There weren't any mountain Taoists in the Ito clan shrine, so it didn't take long for the two to finish all the staircases. They stepped on the shrine and passed through the torii. Enchantment. Feeling the energy slipping through his body, Ito thought in his heart. The two passed through the shrine and arrived at the shrine. Are you the only one here? Jurai Himishima. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took off his shoes and walked into the dormitory with Jurai. Ito who sat down on the tatami in the living room of the dormitory, looked around, asked. The style of the rooms in other shrines was no different. It was the traditional Japanese style. Apart from some things placed around, there was nothing in the middle of the room, making it look very empty. Ah, yes, I'm the only one. Jurai Himishima, who was taking out a tea set from a small cabinet, said without turning her head. Not knowing if it was intentional or not, Jurai Himishima lowered her body a bit when she was taking things out, revealing the underwear hidden under the short skirt of Komoi Gakuen uniform for Ito to see. To this, Ito naturally wouldn't be polite. He openly admired Jurai Himishima's round buttocks. Oh, you're so perverted. Jurai Himishima felt his gaze and half turned around. She looked at Ito and rebuked. Then she stood up straight. She took the tea set and walked to the opposite side of Ito. She knelt down. What a beautiful scenery. It's different from last time. Ito laughed strangely. It's true. Jurai Himishima sighed helplessly. Right, Himishima? Where's your family? Ito asked again. Ito, who had already read the original work, naturally knew about Jurai Himishima's background. Her father was a high-ranking member of the Fallen Angel clan, the 10-winged lightning-type Fallen Angel Baichio. Her mother was the previous generation witch of this shrine. Because of a coincidence, the two of them got together and created Jurai Himishima, a mixed blood. However, this kind of thing couldn't be said directly, so naturally, he had to disguise it, even if it might reopen the wound in Jurai Himishima's heart. After all, under normal circumstances, when people went to someone's house as a guest, unless they knew that the person lived there, they would ask about it. Sure enough, once this question was asked, the smile on Jurai Himishima's face faded. My mother passed away when I was young. Jurai Himishima replied softly. Then, there was nothing else. Jurai Himishima obviously didn't want to talk about her hated father, even if Ito wasn't Hyodo Issei in the original work. He wasn't hurt by the fallen angels, so he didn't hate the fallen angels. I'm sorry, Ito said apologetically. It's nothing. After all, it's been a long time. Jurai Himishima shook her head slightly. Then, she pushed the matcha in her hand in front of Ito. Try it. Ito took the teacup, lifted it to his mouth, and took a sip. It's delicious. Ito, who didn't have much interest in Japanese matcha, answered. What a perfunctory answer. Jurai Himishima said with slight dissatisfaction. Then I'm really sorry. Ito chuckled. In the blink of an eye, it was already nighttime. I'm hungry. So are you, I'll go to the kitchen to get something to eat. Jurai Himishima raised her hand and gently rubbed her stomach. She looked up at Ito and said. Then, she stood up from the tatami. I'll help too. Ito also stood up and said. There's no need for that. All right, just wait here obediently. Ji Dao Junai stopped him. Although her expression was still smiling as usual, her tone revealed an unquestionable attitude. Okay then, I'm looking forward to your cooking. Seeing this, Ito sat down again and smiled. Jurai Himishima smiled gently and turned to leave the living room. About half an hour later, a pile of sumptuous Japanese dishes was placed in front of Ito. Then I won't be polite. Ito picked up the chopsticks and smiled. Then he reached out and picked up a small handful of vegetables from one of the plates and put it into the rice bowl in his left hand. He ate it with the white rice inside. In an instant, a faint fragrance spread on his taste buds. Although the taste was slightly worse than the Chinese food he was used to, it was much better than the Japanese food made by the average person. At least, the taste was not so monotonous. It was just soy sauce and soy sauce. Very good. I didn't expect you to have this kind of cooking skill. Sure enough, it was the right choice to include you in my harem. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Sei Ito looked up at Jurai Himashima and smiled. Era. Am I like this in Sei's eyes? The smile on Jurai Himashima's face became wider, exuding a faint, dangerous aura, and said softly, It's perfect, Jurai. Sei Ito sighed as if he didn't notice the dangerous meaning hidden in the smile on Jurai Himashima's face. Then, like a silly boy, he wolfed down the food on the short table in front of him. Eat slowly, there's still a lot, Jurai Himashima said, while reaching out the chopsticks for Sei Ito. With food in his mouth, Sei Ito replied in a muffled voice. After 20 minutes, dinner ended. The things were cleaned up by Jurai Himashima one by one. Jurai, Sei Ito called. Jurai Himashima looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression. Sei Ito didn't explain. He turned his body, lying on his back, and put his head on Jurai Himashima's thigh. Sure enough, the lap pillow after a meal is the best enjoyment. Sei Ito closed his eyes and sighed. Seeing this, Himashima Jurai chuckled and reached out to play with Ito Sei's hair. A tranquil atmosphere slowly pervaded the room. Until more than half an hour later, when the sky outside was completely dark, Sei Ito opened his eyes with slight regret and sat up. It's time to leave. However, I really don't want to leave. Sei Ito sighed softly. Jurai, what do you think if I stay here today? Then, Sei Ito turned to look at Jurai Himashima and asked. Sure. Jurai Himashima replied with a smile. There was no hesitation in the process of answering, just like when he was joking with others. It made people unable to distinguish whether he was telling the truth or not. Really? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said. If it's a success, sure. Jurai Himashima looked at Sei Ito and replied with a smile. Then I'll stay, Sei Ito asked. Okay. Jurai Himashima nodded and agreed. Jurai. Sei Ito reached out and grabbed Jurai Himashima's palm. But you can't do anything perverted. After all, this is a shrine. Jurai Himashima said with a smile. Sei Ito's expression immediately froze. Well, stay here obediently. I'll go to the bathroom to prepare the bath water for you. Jurai Himashima retracted his hand and said to Sei Ito as if he was coaxing a child. Then he stood up and left the room again. Looking at the figure of Jurai Himashima leaving, Sei Ito's face showed a slight smile. The shrine was a relatively old shrine. The degree of electrical appliances inside was very low. Except for some necessities in daily life that were connected to electricity, the bathroom was still the same. Someone needed to add firewood to the wall outside the bathroom to boil water. So until after waiting for a long time, Jurai Himashima came to inform Sei Ito that the bath water was ready and he could go in to take a bath. Hearing this, Sei Ito nodded and got up and followed Jurai Himashima to the bathroom. Just like the bath water needed to be boiled by fire, the environment of the bathroom was also very retro. It was only the size of a bedroom. Under the ventilation window that was similar to a small fence, a small bathtub was surrounded by wooden planks. Faint heat constantly rose from the water. Chapter 1709. Sei Ito looked around the bathroom and took off his clothes at the door. Soon, he was naked, grabbed the towel, stepped on the concrete floor, and walked into the bathroom. He stopped outside the bathtub filled with hot water, leaned over, took the small wooden basin at his feet, and dipped it into the bathtub. The basin of hot water slowly poured on his body. Splash! The steaming water instantly poured on Sei Ito's body, bringing a large fog of steam. Then Sei Ito used the small basin to pour hot water again, turned around, and walked to the side of the sewer. He hooked a small wooden chair on the side with his foot and sat on it. He put the basin down, took the shampoo, and began to wash his hair before bathing. After all, he was not at home now, but at Junai's house. Some Japanese bathing customs still had to be followed. Soon, a large piece of white foam appeared on Seito's head, stimulating him to close his eyes. Splash! However, at this moment, the sound of the bathroom door opening and closing sounded again. Then, there were a few pa sounds, and a familiar breath appeared beside Seito. "Okay, let me wipe your back." Himashima Jirai, who only had a large towel wrapped around his body, squatted down and said, "Ugh." Seito was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then he smiled happily and said, "I couldn't ask for more." Himashima Jirai smiled slightly, pressed the freshly wet towel in his hand on Seito's back, and gently wiped his back. Seito didn't look back and continued to wash his head. Splash! A moment later, Seito lifted the basin, and his head was instantly refreshed. Jirai, let me help you wipe your back too." Seito put down the wooden basin, raised his hand to rub his hair, and shook off the water on his hair. He turned his head and looked at Himashima Jirai, who was half squatting behind him, and smiled. "Sure." Jishima Jurai's expression didn't change as she replied. When Seito heard this, he immediately stood up from the small wooden chair and walked to the side. Then he turned to face Jirai Himashima. The worst thing was that he didn't even use a small towel to cover his body, directly exposing his brother to the air. Even someone as bold as Ji Dao Junai subconsciously let out a low cry, her face turning red. However, even so, Himashima Jirai still calmly sat down on the small wooden chair and began to undo the scarf on her body. His body was completely exposed. Seito smiled and walked behind Jirai-ji. He took the towel that Jirai used to wipe his back, wet it with water, and gently placed it on Jirai-ji's smooth and white back, and began to wipe slowly. However, compared to Junai's mischievousness, he was much more playful. Seito's movements were even more bold and unbridled. He would slide his palm to Jirai-ji's chest from time to time when he was wiping her back and shoulders, teasing and pressing her baby. During this process, Jirai-ji's reproachful voice naturally rang out. "All right, let's go in and take a bath." After a while, Seito finally finished wiping Jirai-ji's back. He put down the towel. He stood up and said, "You take a bath first. I'll wash my hair first." Jirai-ji said, "All right." Ito Mori agreed, turned around, and walked to the side of the bathtub. He stepped in and then sat down, leaning his back against the side of the bathtub. He turned his head to look at Jishima Jinai, who had untied her headband and let her long black hair naturally spread out. He looked at her gentle action of washing her hair with appreciation. 10 minutes later, Jirai-ji finished washing her hair. She grabbed the towel in front of her and walked to the side of the bath. She stepped in and sat opposite Seito. Hua pa pa. The water gushed out of the bath, fell to the ground, and flowed to the sewer. The bath was not big. Although it was not particularly crowded for two people sitting together, it was definitely not too open. Therefore, it was inevitable that the two people's bodies touched and entangled together. It's very interesting. At this moment, Jirai-ji's face appeared with Anne's smile and said, "You know how to be funny." Seito glared at Jirai-ji, then moved his arm that was not in the water. He grabbed Jirai-ji's foot that was originally teasing Seito's younger brother and gently played with it. He only caught one foot, but the other foot was still free. It came up and was then caught by Seito's other hand. Then Jirai-ji moved again, like a child who was unwilling to give up, and moved again. Seito had no choice but to follow suit. In this way, the originally good bath immediately turned into a secret battle between the two people. Waves of water surged out of the bath and fell to the ground, making a pa sound. "Okay, stop messing around. The water is cold. Let's go out and avoid catching a cold." After messing around for a while, Seito looked at Jirai-ji, who had a faint light of excitement in her eyes, and said, "Okay." Jirai-ji said softly as if she was regretful. Then the two stood up from the bath one after another, picked up a towel to dry their bodies, and changed into the bathrobe prepared by Jirai-ji at the door. They went out of the bathroom together and returned to the dormitory. However, demons were nocturnal creatures after all. They would be very active at night. It was basically impossible to rest like this. So Ito went to the outer corridor of the dormitory with Juraiji, who prepared some tea and snacks. While admiring the stars in the night sky, they drank tea and chatted aimlessly until late at night. Remember, you can't do perverted things to me. In the bedroom, Juraiji looked at Ito, who was sitting in the bedding next to her, and reminded him with a smile. That's not necessarily true. Ito smiled. Then the two said good night to each other, lay in the bed together, and closed their eyes to rest. However, this situation didn't last long, and a rustling sound sounded. Then Juraiji got into Ito's bed from her bed, and said to Ito, who looked at her with a faint smile, "Hug me to sleep. Aren't you afraid that I will do perverted things to you?" Ito asked with a smile. "If you want to do it, can I stop you?" Juraiji chuckled. Ito smiled slightly, stretched out his arms, and hugged Juraiji in his arms, letting her head rest on his shoulder. "Good night, Dun." Juraiji moved her body, found a most comfortable position to lie down, and said softly with her eyes closed, "Good night." Ito said softly. Then he hugged Juraiji tightly, smelled the fragrance of the shampoo on her head, and gradually fell asleep. At night, there was no more erotic time like in the bathroom. It was very peaceful the next day. Because it wasn't a rest day, the two woke up early from their sleep. Even in your dreams, you are still so perverted. Fine. Jima Jurai looked at the hand that was grabbing her chest and said with a smile, "This is a man's instinct." Ito laughed dryly. It wasn't to the extent of being instinctive. At least after a certain age, men could resist the urge to put their hands on a woman's breasts. However, the premise was that there was no woman worth touching. Otherwise, even in sleep, there was a great chance that your hand would unknowingly climb to the treasure of your dreams. Not to mention that Ito was a guy who was used to touching. This instinct was even stronger. If you don't feel enough, you can continue. Even if you want to suck like you did in the Jamangli family, it's not impossible. Juraiji's face showed a mischievous smile, raised her hand to press down on the palm on her chest, and teased. The scent of faintly emitted from Juraiji's body. Although I really want to, let's forget it. After all, I still have to go to school later. Although he said that, Ito's hand was still very cooperative and gently rubbed a few more times, feeling the soft touch from his palm. Just like that, after lying in bed for a few more minutes, Juraiji and Ito got up one after another, washed up, and ate. "You go to school first, I'll go back and change." After breakfast, Ito, who left the shrine with Juraiji and came to the foot of the mountain, turned his head and said to Juraiji, who was holding his arm, "Okay." Juraiji agreed. Ito nodded, used instant transmission, and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in his rented apartment. Although he left the human world and went to the underworld for a few days, the apartment was still the same as before he left. The floor was spotless, so clean that it seemed to be able to reflect a person's reflection. Each room was tidied up neatly without any signs of disorder. I didn't expect that Laneri to be so good at doing housework. Ito chuckled. Then, with a thought, he took out a set of clean clothes from the closet in the Rubik's Cube world and used instant transmission to change into it. Then, he left the dirty clothes in the room and left the apartment through the entrance like a normal person. He took the bus near the apartment building and moved toward Mayor King Academy. About 20 minutes later, Ito arrived at the academy and began his day of teaching. In the afternoon, after school, Ito went to the Supernatural Research Society's office in the old school building, as usual. But what was more surprising was that other than Ryaz, Haimajima Jinai, Tashiro Kitten, and Kiba Yudo, the four former members of the Supernatural Research Society, there were also two unfamiliar girls sitting on the sofa. Hearing the sound of the door opening, everyone in the room turned to look. Seeing Ito, Ryaz's face immediately showed a helpless expression. But she also knew that she couldn't do anything to Ito's thick skin, so she didn't even say anything and directly acquiesced to Seito's actions. Chapter 17:10. Seito smiled at Rias and closed the door. He walked to the side and looked at the other girl who was sitting on the sofa. Both of them had a cross in front of them, indicating their identity as believers of God. At the same time, they were wrapped in a long beige windbreaker that looked a little old and worn. It made them look like travelers who walked on the Silk Road in ancient times, traveling through difficult places. They looked travel-worn. The two girls were quite young, about 16 or 17 years old. One of them had chestnut-colored hair with twin ponytails. She always had a cheerful smile on her face, making her look very lively. The other girl had dyed green hair, a fierce look in her eyes, and a cold expression on her face. She did not look like someone to be trifled with. However, the only thing they had in common was that both of them looked very pretty. They were rare, youthful beauties. Wisteria, Irina, and Genova. Seito thought to himself, if I'm not mistaken, you're not a devil, right? The cold-faced girl with short green hair, Genova, looked up at Seito, who was sizing them up. Very sharp senses. Seito first praised her, then nodded and admitted, that's right. I'm not a devil. I'm a mage. A mage. Wisteria Irina looked at Seito with interest. Genova turned around and looked at Rias. Is it okay if he's here? No problem, Rias said with certainty. Genova nodded and turned to look at Wisteria Irina beside him. The latter quickly retracted her gaze when she saw the situation. She straightened her face and said, not long ago, the Holy Sword of King, which was under the care and management of the Vatican, the new church, and the Orthodox Church, was stolen. The so-called Holy Sword King sword was something similar to Saber's curry stick in F/Z, and it had an extremely strong power. Especially when it was used against devils, it was extremely lethal. Unfortunately, it had been damaged during the ancient war and was broken into a few pieces. The real Holy Sword of King no longer exists, Rias said, going straight to the point. Furthermore, the king's sword was snatched away by someone. Why would it have anything to do with a city in a far eastern country? Because there was no inner-world idiot like Hyodo Kazunari. Ria, who did not need to explain the history of the king's blade, continued to ask without stopping. Throughout this process, Ria's expression was serious, and her words were full of charisma, fully displaying her status as a high-ranking member of the demonic faction. It was left at the headquarters of the Catholic Church. There are two, including mine. The new church also had two. The Orthodox Church also had one. As for the remaining one, it was lost in the battle between the god, the devil, and the fallen angel. In the remaining king's sword, each camp was robbed of one. Rumor has it that the person who stole the holy sword has fled to Japan. To this place, Genova answered, taking over the conversation. Then who was the one who stole the king's sword? Riath asked with a frown. The culprit is the Godchild Watcher. Genova narrowed her eyes and replied. The so-called Godchild Watcher was the central organization of the fallen angel. Its internal structure was completely made up of the high-ranking members of the fallen angel tribe. So in other words, in a sense, the fallen angel stole the holy sword. The fallen angel organization stole your holy sword? Then the word loss of composure is not enough to describe it. But if that's the case, only the fallen angels would steal the holy sword. High-ranking demons have no interest in the holy sword. Rias, who also understood the meaning of the name, was shocked and then explained with some disdain. We still have the main member of the culprit. It's the cadre of the Godchild Watcher, Korkabor. Korkabor, the remaining fallen angel cadre from the ancient war, an opponent that was even recorded in the Bible, appeared. Hearing the name Korkabor, a bitter smile appeared on Ria's face as she shook her head and sighed. Not long ago, we sent priests, exorcists to secretly infiltrate here, but they were all taken care of. Genova ignored Ria's sigh and continued to explain. Hearing this, Ria's eyebrows immediately furrowed. No matter what, she was the actual manager of this city, and the fact that a member of an enemy organization had infiltrated right under her nose. Even if she was in the underworld due to some matters at that time and could not immediately detect it, it still made Riaz feel very uncomfortable. Our request is that the demons that occupy this city do not interfere with the battle between us and the fallen angel for the sword of the king. In other words, we are here to tell you not to interfere with this matter. After a pause, Genova explained the real reason for meeting with Riaz. You sure are arrogant. Is this containment? Don't tell me you think that we might be in cahoots with the fallen angel and want to work together to deal with the holy sword? Hearing Genova's words, Riaz's face immediately showed a dissatisfied expression as she raised an eyebrow. The headquarters thinks that this is not impossible, Genova replied without holding back. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room became cold. Our higher-ups don't believe in demons and fallen angels. If we can get rid of the holy sword from the gods' camp, it should be a good thing for the demons, right? This matter is equally beneficial to you and the fallen angels, so it is not strange for you to work together. So we will first throw a containment ball. If you work together with the fallen angel Korkabor, we will completely destroy you, even if you are the Demon King's sister. That's what my superiors said. Genova, who still did not know how to read people's expressions, said again without hesitation. Since you know that I am the Demon King's sister, it means that you are related to the higher-ups. Since that is the case, I will be frank. I will not work together with the fallen angel. Absolutely not. I swear in the name of Gemengli, I will never do anything that humiliates the Demon King. Riaz's eyes flashed coldly as she said in a deep voice. The negotiation between the two sides was in a stalemate. That's all I need to hear. In short, we are here to inform you that Korkabor has infiltrated this city with the 3 swords of the king. Otherwise, if anything happens, I and the headquarters of the church will be hated by many. As for assistance, forget about it. If you work together with the gods' camp, even if it is only temporary, it will affect the balance between the 3 sides. Not to mention that you are the Demon King's sister. But at this moment, Genova, who had been showing an aggressive attitude until now, smiled lightly and spoke in a very calm and considerate manner. What about the people sent by the Orthodox Church? Riaz sighed softly and asked softly. They will not be involved in this matter for now. Probably considering that Irina and I will not be able to take back the holy sword, they plan to defend the last one to the death, Genova replied. So it is only the 2 of you? You want to rely on the strength of the 2 of you to take back the sword of the king from the hands of the fallen angel? That is too reckless. Do you want to die? Riaz looked at Genova and Wisteria Irina disapprovingly and said in her heart. The latter's eyes were firm, and there was no hesitation in their eyes. That's right, Wisteria Irina continued. I feel the same as Irina, but if I can, I don't want to die, Genova agreed. You came to Japan with the resolve to die? Your faith is still beyond common sense, Riaz said in disbelief. Please don't look down on our faith, Riaz Jimenez. Am I right, Genova? Wisteria Irina said. Yes, and the church has decided that instead of letting the sword of the king be used by the fallen angel, it is better to destroy them all. Our mission is to at least destroy the sword of the king in the hands of the fallen angel. In order to achieve our goal, our deaths are not to be regretted. The only thing that can fight against the sword of the king is the sword of the king. Genova nodded in agreement. Only the 2 of you can do it? Riaz was not worried like a demon at all. Yes, of course. I don't want to die for nothing, Genova replied confidently. Very confident. Do you have any secret weapons? Well, you can think whatever you want. After a while, both sides stopped talking and stared at each other. Then, Genova and Wisteria Irina exchanged glances and stood up at the same time. Then it is about time for us to leave. Irina, let's go back. Oh, don't you want a cup of tea? At least let us treat you to some snacks, Riaz invited. No need. Genova waved his hand and refused. Sorry, we will be leaving first. With that, Genova and Wisteria Irina turned and walked to the door. Since Aisha Algert, the former saintess of the original work, was not present, Genova naturally would not stop to say anything that could incite a war. He left the club office with Wisteria Irina without a hitch. Even though Kiba Yudo's expression was gloomy and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable murderous intent, just like how Aisha and Hyoto Issei were not present. Having just returned from the underworld, it was also the first time his memories of the Holy Sword was evoked. His self-control was still very strong. In addition, he did not have a good reason to attack, so even when Genova and Wisteria Irina left, Kiba Yudo did not stop them. Yudo, Riaz, who sensed that Kiba Yudo was not in a good mood and knew about Kiba Yudo's past, turned around and called out softly, "I'm fine, President. Please allow me to leave first." Kiba Yudo took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. He lowered his head and bowed to Riaz. Then, without waiting for Riaz's reply, he turned and left the Supernatural Research Club office. Looking at Kiba Yudo's departing figure, Riaz frowned slightly. Chapter 17:11. P.S. Thank you to Light of Dark Flame for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato and Brother Number for their tips. If you need me, I can help, Riaz, Ito said after a pause. Just like what he was trying to say, he was not a demon's minion and had no demonic aura on him. He did not have to worry about being detected by the church through his aura. Therefore, he would not be affected by the containment balls thrown by Genova and Roland and could attack freely. Even if something went wrong, it could be pushed to Ito's personal actions and it would not involve any forces. Of course, this was not absolute. After all, the identity of a mage was also a member of the forces in this world. If the church really wanted to call him a mage, it could be used as an excuse. However, the victims would be the magic forces that were always at odds with them, so they would not involve the devil, and there would be no need to worry about a three-way war. No need, I believe in Yudu. Riaz turned to look at Ito-sei and said with a serious face, "All right then." Ito-sei spread out his hands indifferently and shrugged. "If you need me, you can let me know," Ito continued. "Okay, thank you, deal." Riaz sighed and thanked him. "It's nothing. After all, you are my harem. When my woman is in trouble, as a man, I should take the initiative to take on some responsibilities." Ito laughed as if it was a matter of course. Riaz could not help but raise her hand to cover her forehead as a helpless expression appeared on her face. After that, Ito stayed in the Supernatural Research Society's office for a while. Then, he bid farewell to Riaz and the other two and returned to his rented apartment. The apartment was still the same. It was clean and spotless, and all the items were neatly organized as if someone had cleaned it. Even the dirty clothes he threw on the sofa in the living room in the morning were taken away, and there was no trace of them. "Sir." At this moment, the fallen angel Linari's figure walked out of the house and shouted with a face full of surprise. Ito nodded slightly and praised. "You did well. I'm very satisfied." "That's what I should do," Linari replied with a joyful expression. Following this, Linali's expression turned serious as she said in a serious tone, "My lord, please be careful during this period of time. This town isn't safe right now." "Oh." Itsunari walked to the sofa and sat down. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Linari. "My lord, the fallen angel's cadre, Korkabor, is currently in the city. He is different from my master, the current governor of the fallen angels, Asashel. He was a complete war maniac. He is now using his methods to create conflicts in the city. His ultimate goal is to reignite the war between the three races, so you must be careful, my lord." "How do you know all this?" Ito-sei leaned against the back of the sofa and looked at Linali with interest and asked softly. "As soon as Lord Korkabor entered the city, he gave the order to gather all the fallen angels in the city. So while you were away, Lord Korkabor was unable to return. While you weren't here, I did everything under his arrangement." Linari nervously observed Ito's expression and explained. Ito nodded and didn't say anything. Then with a flip of his hand, a remote control instantly flew from the coffee table and landed in his hand. He aimed it at the TV. He pressed the button to turn it on. Gotcha. I'm satisfied. The TV screen wasn't fully lit yet, and a joyful commercial music immediately came out. Go make dinner. I'm hungry. Say Ito ordered casually. Yes. Linari let out a sigh of relief and quickly responded loudly. Then she quickly walked into the kitchen and began to make dinner for Seito. I didn't think that keeping Linari would give me such an unexpected reward. When Seito heard the sound of water flowing from the kitchen, the corner of his mouth curved up and he sighed with emotion. However, he only sighed with emotion. He didn't ask Korkabor where he was hiding just because Linari was working for Korkabor. He didn't go there alone and kill a guy who was equivalent to a beginner god rank in the main world before the plot started. That was meaningless to him. Apart from being able to absorb a considerable amount of world force, it wouldn't be of any help to brush up some people's favorability and lure out other characters. Seito, who had made up his mind to not interfere with the plot until the very last moment, put these useless thoughts aside and leisurely watched the TV program on the TV. Please show mercy to the lost lambs. Purple Vine Inari stood at a crossroad with a donation box in her hand and said to the passers-by around her, Please show mercy to us on behalf of the Heavenly Father. Beside her, Genova also pleaded with a pleasant voice. However, the reality was very helpless. They shouted for a long time, but not a single passerby extended a helping hand to her. It could be seen how rare it was for a young man with a good mental state to be so stubborn. How can this be? Is this the reality of Japan? That's why I hate countries that don't have faith, Genova complained. However, she seemed to have complained to the wrong person. It wasn't that the people here didn't have faith, but they simply didn't believe in their God. Don't say any more, Genova. We who don't have any money can only beg the heathens to show mercy. Otherwise, we won't have anything to eat. We can't even afford a loaf of bread. Purple Vine Inari said in distress. Speaking of which, isn't it all because you bought that strange painting? You were probably cheated. Genova said as he pointed at the tattered portrait beside Wisteria, Irina's feet. What are you saying? This is a painting of a saint. The staff at the exhibition said so too. Purple Vine Inari retorted. Then do you recognize the person in the painting? I can't think of anyone at all, Genova retorted without backing down. Purple Vine Inari lowered her head and looked at the oil painting by the corner. On the canvas, it was a foreign man in tattered clothes with a halo above his head. In the background, there was also a baby angel flying in the sky. It's probably St. Peter? Purple Vine Inari said uncertainly. What a joke. St. Peter doesn't look like that, Genova retorted. No, he does look like that. I just recognize him. Purple Vine Inari said with a determined expression. Why is my partner this kind of person? Lord, is this also a test? Genova held her head with both hands and said frantically, Wait, don't hold your head and regret it, okay? Once your willpower sinks, it will continue to sink. Purple Vine Inari hurriedly consoled. Shealuho, that's right. The new believers are heathens. It's completely different from the values of the Catholic Church. You should worship the saints more. What? Only Catholics who have their hands and feet tied by outdated rules have problems. What did you say? Damned heathens. How about it, heathens? They were originally getting along well, but because of an oil painting that they didn't know was real or fake, the issue of faith was brought up, and then it developed into an argument. Rumble, rumble. But soon, they retreated in defeat due to the rumbling sound from each other's stomachs. Let's think of a way to fill our stomachs first. Otherwise, we won't be able to take back the Sword of Kings. That's right. Then, should we threaten the heathens for money? If the target is a heathens, I think the Lord will forgive us. Do you want to attack the temple? Or steal the so-called money box? Forget it. Why don't we use the sword to perform on the streets? This is an international entertainment that can be used in any country. Good idea. Using the Sword of Kings to perform cutting fruits should be able to earn some money. But there are no fruits. There's no other way. We can only cut that painting. No, we can't do that. And then, the two who had just calmed down began arguing again. Would the two of you like to have lunch with me? At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in the ears of Wisteria, Irina, and Genova, interrupting their argument and attracting their attention. You are? Wisteria, Irina tilted her head and asked in confusion. It seemed that she had already forgotten who the other party was. It's you? Genova frowned. Do you want to go together? Seito extended a helping hand. He invited them with a smile on his face. Okay. Genova and Wisteria, Irina looked at each other, nodded heavily, and agreed. 10 minutes later, in a family restaurant. Delicious. Japanese food is so delicious. Genova, whose mouth was full of food, said vaguely. It was obvious that this guy had never eaten Chinese food before. Yes, yes. This is it. This is the taste of my hometown. Wisteria, Irina said with a touched expression. A moment later, the two of them finished their portion of food. Phew. Thank you for your hospitality. Oh, Lord, please bless this kind-hearted person. Wisteria, Irina let out a long sigh of satisfaction. She drew a cross in front of her with her right hand and said. In an instant, Ito Masaru felt a strange power being transmitted from Wisteria, Irina, and descending upon his body. It was a magical blessing similar to a lucky spell. Is this the system's feedback? Seito thought to himself. Okay, what did you want from us? Genova, who had taken a sip of water and rested for a while, looked at Seito with a serious expression and asked, Can it be that I'm suddenly feeling kind and want to save you 2 lost lambs? Seito laughed. Don't tell me you're a believer. I don't believe you. Genova widened his eyes. A believer was a believer. Indeed, I'm not a believer. Seito nodded and admitted. But I'm a person who loves beauty. It's a sin for me to watch 2 beautiful young girls starve to death on the streets. I can't do that. If you say it like that, you'll make me shy. Wisteria, Irina laughed. Lecture, Genova concluded. Whatever you say. Seito shrugged nonchalantly. So you really don't have anything to say to us? Genova looked at Seito and asked again. No. Seito shook his head slightly and smiled. Okay, thank you for your hospitality. May the Lord bless you. Genova nodded and raised his hand to draw a cross in front of him. Then, as expected, another wave of energy descended on his body. We still have a mission. Goodbye. Genova stood up and said, Thank you very much, Mr. Nice Guy. Wisteria, Irina also stood up and said playfully, Forget about the nice guy card. I have a name. It's Seito. Seito looked up at the two and laughed dryly. Okay, Seito, Mr. Nice Guy, Wisteria, Irina said. Since you're treating us to a meal, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't ever become a devil. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to kill you. Genova, who was about to leave, stopped and turned to look at Seito with a serious expression. Seito smiled lightly and didn't say anything. Goodbye, Mr. Nice Guy. Wisteria, Irina waved her hand. Then, she walked out of the family restaurant with Genova and disappeared into the crowd on the street outside. After Wisteria, Irina, and Genova disappeared, Seito didn't stay in the restaurant any longer. He called the waiter over and paid for the meal. Then, he got up and left the restaurant. He strolled aimlessly on the street. That's... Not long after, Seito's gaze was attracted by a petite figure in a cold drink shop not far away. Oh yeah, she usually goes on a gourmet trip alone on the weekends and participates in activities similar to the Big Eater Challenge. I didn't expect to see her here, Seito said in realization. Then, Seito turned around and walked toward the cold drink shop. Ding-ling-dang-lang. Along with the opening of the door, the small bell on the door immediately rang. Welcome. The waiter at the door greeted with a bow. Seito waved his hand and walked straight to a square table by the window. Kitten. Seito smiled and greeted the petite figure who turned her head to look at him when she sensed the change in light and aura around her. Then, without waiting for Kitten Deshang to speak, he lowered his body and sat across from her. Seeing that it was Seito, Kitten Deshang looked away and continued to eat the large ice cream in the large glass in front of her. Speaking of which, in terms of appetite, Kitten Deshang seemed to be a real eater. At least from what Ito saw, Kitten Deshang spent 60% of her time eating after class. He really didn't know how her petite body could contain so much food. Is Kitten Deshang's stomach connected to another dimension? Sir, what would you like to order? A female waiter walked to the table and asked, Give me a glass of orange juice. Ito said, Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter responded and turned around to leave. Just you? Ito looked at Kitten Deshang across from him and asked knowingly. Uh-huh. Out of politeness, Kitten Deshang responded to Ito's question. It just so happens that I'm also alone. Let's just hang out together later, Ito said with a smile. Chapter 17:12. Uh-huh. The kitten looked up at Ito across from her and agreed softly. Your juice. At this time, the waitress who left earlier returned to the table and put the glass with the orange-yellow liquid in her hand in front of Ito and said, Thank you, Ito said. Please enjoy your meal. With that, the waitress turned around and left. Ito picked up the glass, bit the end of the white plastic straw in the glass, and gently sucked the juice in the glass. Do you have somewhere to go later? Ito put down the glass and looked at the kitten who was silently eating the cold drink. Yes. The kitten thought for a second and replied, Okay, let's go there later. Ito smiled. The kitten didn't say anything, but she ate a little faster. After a while, the kitten finished the extra-large dessert and stood up. Seeing this, Ito also drank the juice in his glass and stood up from his seat. He took out his wallet to pay for the cold drink and walked out of the cold drink store together. Then, under Kitten's lead, they arrived at a Games Hop store. The store was located in the corner of the shopping street in front of the station. It was a chain store that sold video games everywhere. The kitten walked into the store first and went straight to the counter inside the store. She said to the clerk standing there, Please tell the store manager that White Cat is here. The kitten was a regular here, and the clerk had seen her before, so she didn't suspect anything. After the clerk politely said, Please wait a moment, she picked up the phone on the table and contacted the store manager. The two exchanged a few simple words. The store manager on the phone said, Take her to the previous place. After confirming, the kitten walked up the stairs next to the counter. Ito glanced at the words, No visitors, written on a bright yellow board beside the stairs, and followed the kitten up. The two walked through the second floor and stopped when they reached the third floor. Then, she walked along the floor until she reached the innermost room. The kitten from Deshang knocked on the door. Please come in. A voice came from the other side of the door. Hi. The kitten turned the doorknob, opened the door, and led Ito into the room. The decoration of the room was very simple. There was only one big table. It was clearly a bright room, but the strange objects placed everywhere made one's hair stand on end. Totem poles and stone statues of monsters were placed in the room. Upon closer inspection, Sherfong noticed a magic array drawn on the ground. From this information, it wasn't hard to tell that the owner of the house was related to demons. At the table sat a male clerk in a cloak. He was about 30 years old, slightly plump, and had a serious look on his face. This is the manager of this shop, Manager Jueda, Kitten introduced. Amidst the introduction, Manager Jueda stood up from his seat, reached out his hand, and shook Ito's hand, and chatted with Ito like an adult. Isn't this Kita-chan? At this moment, another voice sounded in the room. Ito stopped talking with Manager Jueda and looked at the man. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, very thin, and wore a pair of thick glasses. His hair was quite long and was tied into a ponytail with a leather thong. However, with the stubble on his face that hadn't been shaved clean, he looked very sloppy. He was a standard Japanese 2D otaku image. I remember this guy is called Moriboa. Ito narrowed his eyes and thought. Hello. Kita-chan greeted. Store manager, take out the game, he said. Kitten looked at Manager Jueda and said. The manager didn't hesitate, immediately turned around and took a box from the side. He put on the table. That's it, the manager said. With that, he opened the box, and then something similar to a chessboard game appeared in the box. The manager put the map with various patterns and marks on the table, took out the cards with the rules, the throwing dice, and the chess pieces operated by the players. The chess pieces were in the shape of a monster with wings, which looked very strange. Seito couldn't help but think of the old movie he had seen before, the game of Braveheart. He just didn't know if this game also had such a powerful power. This is the Underworld's version of chess. It's very popular in the Underworld. The manager introduced. Mr. Jueda is really resourceful. Even the game of the Underworld can be introduced. Seito praised. This is all thanks to Miss Gimli's care. The manager smiled. Then he took out a card and continued. Our shop is open to the members of the club who like the Underworld games. This card is for the members of the club. The games of the Underworld are too numerous to mention, and there are too many that I am deeply interested in. It's also very happy for the demon realm to let the culture of the demon realm enter the lives of humans. It's Miss Gimli who is in charge of supervising this club. Indeed, only by letting humans understand the demons better can they find more excellent dependents. It has to be said that the demons now know the importance of cultural public relations, and they are not as stupid, big, black, and crude as the legend said. Please rest assured, we will only introduce those games that humans play that don't matter. Kitten added, I only found out about this shop's inside noodles through Kitten Sauce. 2 days ago, I got this card from a club member. On the side, the Otakamori also echoed. Oh, Seito suddenly responded. Mr. Manager, is that thing ready? At this time, Kitten looked at Manager Jueda again and asked. No, we still need to wait 2 days. The manager shook his head and said, Oh, Kitten softly responded with a disappointed face. What thing? Seito was surprised. It's the 4 special features given by the movie theater. Kitten has always wanted to get it. The manager explained. I didn't expect Kitten to be an otaku. Seito heard this and reached out to press Kitten's head and gently rubbed it. Kitten stared at Seito. How about it? Do you still want to play this game today? The manager pointed to the chessboard on the table and asked Kitten. Kitten was a little moved and turned to look at Seito. This is a game that can only be played by 4 people. The manager on the side explained in a timely manner. Well, I also want to experience the charm of the Underworld game. Seito laughed. Then the 4 people each chose a position and stood on one side of the chessboard. The rules are very simple. Turn the sieve and manipulate the pieces to move the corresponding number of squares on the chessboard. The person who reaches the finish line first wins. And don't forget the various triggered events. As the game's initiator and player, the manager introduced the rules to the others. Then I'll start first, Sunboa said. Then he threw the dice in his hand, and the number displayed was 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the event triggered here? Sunboa manipulated his pieces to move on the chessboard and finally placed the pieces 4 squares away from the starting position on the chessboard. On this square is compete with the sprite in a dice game. If you win, you'll be safe. If you lose, you'll have to rest. The manager took out a card and read it out. Almost at the same time, a ray of light lit up on the chessboard. Then, a fairy with a pair of transparent wings appeared on top of the chessboard and threw the dice against the anaconda. It's really a combination of Game of the Brave and Yu-Gi-Oh! Seito looked at the sprite with interest and thought to himself, I lost. Sunboa yelled. The game continued, and this time, it was Kitten's turn. The card says defeat the serpent. The manager read it out again. As soon as he finished speaking, a 6 to 7 meter long serpent with a horn on its head appeared in the room. Kitten's fist flashed, and the serpent disappeared in the same way it appeared. Next was the manager. He threw the highest number, a 6. Advance 6 steps. The event of this grid is huff, huff, pass with grace while sipping tea. It's a smooth card where nothing happens. In other words, nothing happened. Finally, it was Seito's turn. He casually threw the dice, and it landed on the table. It rolled gently, and finally stopped on the number 6. It was also the highest number. Please say I love you to the lonely invitation. The manager read out his event. The next moment, the chessboard flashed, and a sprite with the body of Sprite, but the head of a mini Jeblin flew in front of Seito and stared at him with its big green eyes. Seeing this sprite, Seito's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Of course, Kitten, the manager, and the otaku Senboa had the same reaction. It couldn't be helped. This scene was just too comical. I love you. Seito took a deep breath and said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the sprite flew in front of Seito and kissed him on the cheek. Bah! With a soft sound, the strange sprite disappeared. This stupid game, Seito muttered as he rubbed the place where the sprite had kissed him with resentment. Then, they started rolling again. Among them, Mori took a break because he lost the last game. The store manager and Kitten dealt with their own trigger events, and it was Ito's turn to play again. Compare notes on martial arts, and talk about life with a Chinese general who was a beautiful female sprite in her previous life. The manager read out the card. There was a flash of light, and then a burly man in armor with a full beard appeared in the room. F***. Is my luck really that bad? Looking at the burly man in ancient armor in front of him, Seito felt as if thousands of mythical beasts were running through his heart. His heart was filled with pain. Chapter 17:13. After a lot of trouble, Kitten finally reached the finish line ahead of the manager and won the game, ending the game that was considered torture for Seito. Then, Kitten said goodbye to Ito Saihara and the store manager. She went downstairs and left the game store. She continued to wander around the shopping street and eat the delicious food recommended by the shops. She didn't stop until 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. Thank you for accompanying me today, Kitten said to Seito as they were about to say goodbye. You're welcome. Didn't you accompany me today as well? Seito asked with a smile. No, you even treated me to so much specially recommended food. If it wasn't for Sensei, I wouldn't have been able to eat so much today, Kitten said to Seito seriously. That's what I should do, Seito said with a smile as he rubbed Kitten's head. But speaking of which, the specially recommended food you ate today wasn't all good food. Next time, I'll cook something for you personally and let you know what a real world-class food is, Seito said with a proud smile as he retracted his hand. Okay, Kitten said as she looked at Seito. After that, the two of them said a few simple words before parting ways and returning to their own residences. What followed was another period of peace that lasted for several days. Of course, this was referring to normal human society. In the dark, there were many conflicts between the church and the fallen angels. For example, 3 days ago, a priest who happened to step into the city was killed by the crazy exorcist, Freed. For example, 2 days ago, Wisteria, Inari, and Genova discovered Freed's tracks. They had a small fight with him, and so on. Apart from that, Shiba Yudo could no longer hold back the hatred and murderous intent in his heart. He coldly said that he would leave Rias and embark on the path of vengeance. On the night when Freed and Wisteria Irina had a small fight with Genova, he found the two who lost track of Freed and launched an attack on them. As expected, Kiba Yudo, who was filled with hatred, was completely defeated by Genova. If it wasn't for Seito often coming out in the middle of the night to track down Wisteria, Irina, and Genova, he wouldn't have been able to find them. If he had observed the progress of the matter and saved him in passing, Kiba Yudo would have already become a corpse by now. After that, Seito took on the role of the middleman, just like Hayato Issei in the original work. He pointed out that both sides had similar goals and established a cooperative relationship. At the same time, the name of Shiba Yudo's nemesis, Balpa Galileo, who was the second in command of this incident, was brought out, adding a solid foundation for the cooperation between the three of them. On this day, late at night, a powerful aura suddenly erupted in the town. Is it starting? Seito exhaled deeply as he slowly exited his meditative state. He opened his eyes and muttered. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. In the next second, he appeared above the apartment. Then, his figure flashed again. It completely disappeared. At the same time, in Komodo Academy. Lias Senpai, the academy has been enveloped by a large barrier. As long as nothing too outrageous happens, No one outside the barrier will be harmed. A thin blond man wearing the Komodo Academy's student uniform reported to Laius. This person's name was Kiba Motoshiro. He was a follower of another superior demon in Komodo Academy, Kiba Kenga. His rank was soldier. In the original work, he was forcefully recruited by Hyodo Issei to join the Sacred Sword Sabotage team, and he paid the price of being spanked 1,000 times by Kiba Kenga. This can only minimize the damage. To be honest, if Korkabor had shown his true abilities, not just the Academy, but the entire city would have been destroyed in an instant. Moreover, he seems to have started preparing. My servant saw him on the field, and he is gradually releasing his power. Beside Laius, the student council president wearing a female student uniform and black-rimmed glasses, who is also a superior demon like Laius, Kiba Kenga said. In order to suppress the attack as much as possible, my follower and I will each take a position and continue to maintain the barrier. We want to minimize the damage. Although it is difficult to bear the damage to the Academy, since the attacker is a cadre of the fallen angels, we can only bear with it. Kiba Kenga continued. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Korkabor with a gaze full of hatred. Thank you, Kenga. We will think of a way to deal with the rest. Laius thanked him. Laius, the opponent is a monster of a different level from us. You will definitely lose. It is not too late now. Look for your brother. Kiba Kenga disagreed. You didn't look for your sister either, right? Laius denied. Your brother loves you so much. If we look for Lord Sajks, he will definitely do something. So, Kiba Kenga paused and continued. I have already asked Lord Sajks. At this moment, Jurai Himishima's voice was heard. Junai. Riaz turned her head to look at Junai, her face full of anger as she shouted. Laius, I know you don't want to cause trouble for Lord Sajks. After all, this is something that happened in your territory, your base. But since the attacker is a cadre, it is a different story. The problem is far beyond what you can solve alone. Let's borrow the power of the Demon King. Junai Himejima, who had been smiling all this while, showed a rare expression of anger as she met Riaz's gaze head-on and stated. Even the way he addressed her changed from the previous president to the current Laius. Laius was silent for a moment before she sighed and nodded gently. Thank you for your understanding, President. Lord Kenga, Lord Saj said that the reinforcements will arrive in an hour. After confirming Laius's meaning, Jurai Himishima's expression returned to normal as he spoke to Laius and the student council president Kiba Kenga. An hour? I understand. During this time, the student council will bet the name of city's kin and continue to set up the barrier. Kiba Kenga's eyes were full of determination as he spoke. An hour, huh? Laius turned to look at Kitten and Jurai Himishima beside her as she muttered helplessly. President, we can ask Sei for help. Jurai Himishima, who understood what Laius was thinking, said. Laius heard this and could not help but frown. Based on the nature of the matter, this should be a matter between the devil and the fallen angel. If Sei Ito was her kin, then she would not hesitate to call Sei Ito over to help her complete the mission of delaying time. Unfortunately, Sei Ito was not her kin, but a free sorcerer. Although it was not a big deal to call him over, it was still difficult for Laius's self-esteem to accept. This was somewhat similar to the negotiation with Genova. Don't worry, you can definitely make it through an hour. Just as Laius was in a dilemma, Sei Ito's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Then, the void flashed, and Sei Ito's figure appeared beside Laius, Jurai Himishima, and Kitten Taching. Seeing Ito's Seiji, although the expression on Jurai Himishima's face didn't change, it gave people an unexpected feeling of brilliance. At the same time, Laius also exhaled softly, and a confident smile appeared on her face. Only Kitten Taching still looked very nonchalant, and her expression did not change at all. As expected of a member of the Sei Ito family. What a tight barrier. I spent a lot of effort to penetrate it. Sei Ito turned to look at the student union president, Chokadera, and praised. Chokadera frowned and did not say anything, but she must be very upset and shocked. After all, the sky above the academy was a powerful barrier that she and her family set up. Even if a Demon King level person came, they would need to use brute force to break it. She did not expect someone to sneak in without a sound. This was an extremely ironic thing for her, who had just said that she would bet on the Ito's name to ensure the stability of the barrier. Key. Immediately have someone check the barrier carefully and see what went wrong. Chokadera turned her head and said sternly to Ki, who was next to her. Yes. Ki responded loudly and then quickly ran out. You seem to have angered Chokadera-san. Jurai Himishima came to say Ito's side and whispered, It's okay. If she wants to cause trouble for me, I don't mind adding her into my harem. Say Ito chuckled. You're really ambitious. You already have a president, yet you still want to provoke the Seedy family. Aren't you afraid that you'll anger the people behind them and they'll destroy you? Jurai Himishima said with a smile that wasn't a smile. I'm not afraid. Say Ito chuckled. He then looked at the curious Jurai Himishima and continued. As for why, you will know later. All right, everyone, listen to me. Later, we will be responsible for attacking and attracting Korkadera's attention. This will be different from a normal battle. It will be a battle to the death. Even so, I will not allow you to die. All of you must come back alive and continue to study in this academy. Riaz clapped her hands and attracted the attention of Kitten, Jurai, and Sei Ito as she spoke with a serious expression. Yes, Kitten, Jurai, and Sei Ito replied in unison. Then, the four of them turned around and walked toward Korkadera. Drager, you better perform well later. Ito Sei used his spiritual mind to contact the soul sealed in the Red Dragon Emperor, the artifact on his left wrist, and the Red Dragon Drake teased. Leave it to me. Korkadera is indeed a worthy opponent. Let's show him, Drager said. Chapter 1714. P.S. Thank you to Blood Battles in the Three Realms, Instant Potato, and Sacronite for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCZ and Instant Potato for their tips. The group of people came to the field. At this time, in the middle of the field, for long swords emitting holy light were suspended in the air. A strange magic circle occupied the entire field with the four swords as the center. An old man who looked like an evil landlord in ancient times, Barpa Galileo, stood in the center of the magic circle. Looking at the situation in the field, Riaz's eyes could not help but twinkle. Confused, right? Barpa Galileo said with a cheerful face. However, coupled with his unlovable appearance, no matter how one looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a sinister smile, which made people feel uncomfortable. I want to combine the four kings' swords into one. Then, without waiting for Riaz to say anything, he said to himself, Barpa, how long will it take to unify the king's swords? At this time, a new voice sounded in the field. The source was in the air. Instinctively, Riaz, Junai, Kitten, and Sei Ito looked up in the air. In an instant, a fallen angel with a thin body, a long and narrow face, sharp teeth in his mouth, pointy ears, and 5 pairs of pitch-black wings on his back appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He looked like an elf with messy hair and 5 pairs of pitch-black wings on his back. It was the boss behind this incident, Korkabor. He used his power to levitate a magnificent chair that looked like it could only be used by a noble king in the air. He sat on it with his body bent and one of his hands bent. His elbow was on the armrest, and his fist was pressed against his cheek. His body was slanted, as if he was an audience who was enjoying a boring opera, looking down. It won't take 5 minutes, Korkabor, Barpa Galileo replied. He used the tone of an equal conversation. Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you, Korkabor said, and then his gaze shifted slightly. His gaze landed on Lise. Will Sarjax come? And Seraphil, Korkabor asked. We will replace my brother and his majesty Leviathan, Riaz replied. However, before she could finish her sentence, she heard the sound of wind slicing through the air, followed by a rumbling explosion that attracted everyone's attention. The gymnasium, which was originally built not far from the sports field, had completely collapsed and been destroyed. an exaggeratedly large and thick light gun, which seemed to be something that only a Titan could use, was stabbed into the ground, emitting an astonishing aura. Boring. Forget it. At the very least, it could be treated as a sideshow, Kokibur said softly as if he had done something insignificant. All right, play with my pet that I brought from hell. Then, without giving Riaz a chance to speak, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! Amidst the crisp sound, a huge monster walked out of the darkness with heavy footsteps that caused the ground to tremble and shake. It was a canine creature that was 10 meters tall. Its fur was pitch black. Its 4 limbs were thick, and its feet had extremely sharp claws. Under the reflection of the moonlight, the claws shone with a cold light, causing people to close their mouths and have goosebumps. The monster's eyes were blood red. They shone with a cruel light, and its protruding mouth revealed extremely vicious fangs. Sharp fangs were spread out one by one. White gas leaked out from the gaps between its teeth, and from time to time, a viscous liquid that should be saliva dripped from the red skin at the side of its mouth. With a sizzling sound, it corroded the ground into charred pits that emitted white smoke. However, unlike a dog, this monster had 3 ferocious heads. As it moved forward, it moved up and down, left and right. Cyberrass, Riaz said angrily. Hellhound, Ito sighed softly. Let's go. Junai, little kitten, it's done, Riaz said to the 3 people beside her without turning her head. Yes, President, Junai and little kitten replied in unison. You guys go. I'll be responsible for providing support, Ito said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his left arm flashed, and the divine artifact, Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, appeared on his left arm. This is... Riaz's eyes sparkled. Allah, I didn't expect Chung to be the host of a divine artifact, Junai said in her unique way of speaking. Boost! At that moment, as the jade on the vambrace flashed, a low roar came from it. Let's go, we can definitely defeat them, Ito said with a smile. Okay, Riaz nodded in response. She then looked back at the Hellhound, Cyberrass, and shouted, Junai, slap! As soon as she said that, a pair of demonic wings appeared on Riaz and Junai's back, bringing them into the sky. Seeing the actions of the two, the Hellhound also howled and quickly rushed towards the two. In the process of rushing forward, one of the Hellhound's heads spat out a long flame, burning towards the two. Too weak. Junai instantly flew in front of Riaz and used magic to create an extremely cold aura, freezing the flame. Take this. Riaz flew out from behind Junai and shot out the ball of magic light she had gathered in her hand. But at that moment, one of Cybera's 2 other dog heads spat out another ball of fire toward the red magic ball in the air. Boom! The 2 collided in midair, and the intense confrontation caused a violent energy wave to spread in all directions. Then, another ball of fire shot out from Cybera's head and crashed into the magic light that Riaz shot out. Instantly, Riaz's attack, which had a slight upper hand, was pushed back by a small portion. Then, Cybera's head opened up again and was about to unleash a 3rd fireball. There's an opening. At that moment, a crisp female voice rang out. Then, the kitten from Desheng suddenly jumped to the side of the dog head that was about to unleash the fireball and used her small fist to punch the dog's head. Thud! An extremely unlucky scene appeared. The dog head that was hit by the kitten immediately raised up and swallowed the fireball that was about to be unleashed back into its stomach. Let me give you another one, Junai said with his arms raised in the air. Then, he lowered his arm and pointed at Cyberrass. At that moment, a bright yellow light flashed, and a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and landed on Cybera's body. Kaboom! Seeing this opportunity, Riaz did not hesitate. She gathered another ball of magic light and blasted it towards Cyberrass. Explode! There was no exaggerated sound, and Cyberrass, who was hit by the magic light, staggered a step to the side. Then, black blood gushed out from the side of Cybera's waist that was hit and splashed onto the ground, corroding it and leaving scorched marks of various sizes. Despite being injured, Cybera's eyes were still sharp. His blood-red eyes stared at Ria's and Junai. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, a new, beastly howl came from the darkness. Then, the ground shook, and another hellhound walked out of the darkness. Just stay there for now. Ito chuckled. Then, without him doing anything, a huge, silver-white, circular magic circle appeared under his feet. Then, the magic circle turned, and a few arm-thick chains made of energy shot out from it. They flew toward the newly appeared hellhound and wrapped around its limbs tightly, pulling it in place. Rias, Junai, kitten, you guys continue. I'll take care of this one, Ito said loudly. Okay. Rias did not hesitate and immediately answered. I'll help. Just as she finished speaking, a new voice rang out in the field. It was Genova. Then, Genova, who was wielding the king's sacred sword, rushed to the side of the hellhound that was being held back by the energy chains. With a leap, a large dog's head was sent flying in a flash of black light. Black blood splattered everywhere as the dog's head rolled and fell to the ground. Bam! Ow, ow! The hellhound cried out in pain. The slash of the sacred sword can cause unimaginable damage to demons, Genova said without looking back as he sliced off a huge chunk of flesh from the hellhound's body with another slash. Plop! Just as she said, the Sorcerous fell to the ground as if it had suffered an unbearable injury. Genova quickly stepped forward and stabbed the sacred sword in his hand into the hellhound's body. In an instant, the hellhound's body turned into dust and disappeared into the air. Boost! It was at this moment that a second sound rang out from the artifact. With my strength as the base, I can definitely kill a demon lord, Ito thought to himself as he felt the ridiculous power surging in his body. He then raised his head and shouted, Rias, Junai. Both of them looked at him with puzzled eyes. Boost to gear. Gift. Ito raised the arm with the divine artifact, the Red Dragon Emperor, and aimed it at the two of them. Transfer. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy surged into Ria's and Junai's bodies in the air through some unknown method. The next moment, the aura of the two of them skyrocketed as they released a shocking amount of magic that made Korkabor's expression change. Feeling the ridiculous power in their bodies, Ria's and Junai's hearts were filled with shock. Let's go, Ito said loudly. No problem. Ria's, who had regained her senses, replied with a confident smile on her face. Junai. She then called out to Junai. Yes, heavenly lightning. Let it resound through the clouds. Junai's face was filled with an excited aura as he pointed his arm at the sky and controlled the yellow lightning that flashed in the clouds to strike Sorcerous below. Rumble. Lightning bolts that occupied more than half of the field landed and bombarded the hellhound Sorcerous body. It did not even have time to scream before it was reduced to nothingness. Take this, Korkabor. At the same time that the hellhound disappeared, Rias had also condensed a shocking magic ball in her hand and shot it at Korkabor. Korkabor's expression changed drastically as he reached out with both hands and gathered a wall of light in front of him to receive the magic ball. Boom! An earth-shattering sound exploded in the sky above the school. Then, the light dissipated, and Korkabor's figure was revealed once again. However, compared to before, Korkabor was now in a very bad state. Not only had the chair that was used to hold the egg disappeared and turned into nothingness, but there were also many parts of his body that were damaged by the magic shockwaves. Not to mention the 5 wings on his back. A large number of feathers were falling from them and drifting to the ground like catkins. It's the Red Dragon Emperor. Korkabor looked down at Ito and said hatefully, I didn't expect the Red Dragon Emperor's ability to raise you to this level. It's my miscalculation. Then, Korkabor looked up at Rias and said with a sour expression, I didn't expect it either. Rias said with a smile. She really did not expect, Ito's so-called support to be this. It was such a pleasant surprise. Now, Rias was no longer worried about the 1-hour delay. Instead, She began to be interested in defeating Korkabor, and her heart was filled with the desire to fight. It's done. However, just as she was about to gather her energy to fight Korkabor, Barpa, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke up and attracted everyone's attention. "The four king's swords are about to merge into one," Barpa said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the holy light began to spread outwards and enveloped the entire field in the blink of an eye, forcing Riaz, Junai, and Kitten, who were demons, as well as Shiba Yudo, who entered the field while Korkabor was speaking, to slowly retreat. And under the shroud of this light, the four holy swords floating in the air gradually faded away, and under the effect of a strange force, they slowly leaned together and merged with each other. This process was very short, less than half a minute. In another burst of light, the entire light calmed down and the scene was once again presented before everyone's eyes. A holy sword emitting blue flames replaced the original four holy swords and appeared in the center of the magic square, quietly floating in the air. The light emitted when the king's swords merged into one caused the spell below to be completed. In less than 20 minutes, this town will collapse. If you want to dispel the spell, you have to defeat Korkabor. Barpa suddenly said. Freed, Korkabor raised his voice. Coming, boss. The mad priest walked out from the darkness and responded with a sick smile on his face. The king's sword in the magic circle is for you to use. Take it and kill the Red Dragon Emperor's host. Korkabor ordered fiercely. Good. Really? Yes, our boss really knows how to order people around. But, should I say something about being able to use and upgrade the king's sword to a super powerful version or something like that? He. Then I'll go find that guy to test my blade. Freed had a crazy smile on his face as he walked to the center of the field and reached out to hold the newly merged king's sword. Chapter 17:15. Your opponent is us. Genova blocked the path to where Edo Say was standing and said to Mad Father Frid, who was standing opposite him, Lias Jimenez's ite. If our united front still counts, let's destroy the king's sword together. Then Genova said to Kiba Yudo without looking back. Is that okay? Kiba Yudo asked. No matter what, as long as we can bring back the fragment that forms the core of the king's sword. Since the person who wielded the sword is Fred, even if the sword is a holy sword, it can't be considered a holy sword. The holy sword is the same as any other weapon. Different people use different weapons, so the situation is different. That is the sword of heresy. Genova smiled arrogantly. Hearing Genova's words, Barpa let out a strange laugh. Barpa Galileo, I am a survivor of the Holy Sword Project. No, to be precise, I am someone who died by your hands. I was reincarnated as a demon to live until today. Kiba Yudo looked at Barpa, who was still standing in the magic circle with a murderous look. Oh, a survivor of that project. Fate really makes fools of people. I didn't expect to meet in a Far Eastern country. We are really fated. Barpa also seemed to be surprised. I like the Holy Sword very much. I like it so much that I even dream of it. Probably because I read the biography of the King's Sword before it made my heart jump. Because of this, when I knew that I couldn't become a sword saint, I was really desperate. Then, without waiting for Kiba Yudo to speak, he continued to speak. Because I couldn't use the holy sword myself, I had a vision for someone who could use it. My heart grew stronger day by day. So I buried myself in research on how to artificially create someone who could use the holy sword. Thanks to your help, the research was successful. What? Successful? You obviously treated us as failures? Kiba Yudo raised his eyebrows. I noticed that using the holy sword required a certain factor, so I used the factor to investigate the suitability. Almost all of the young men and women who participated in the experiment had a factor, but none of them could use the king's sword. So, I came to a conclusion. If that's the case, I wonder if I can extract and collect those factors? Barpa shook his head. I see. I understand now. When sword saints receive blessings, the thing they put into their bodies is... Genova seemed to have thought of something, and a look of realization appeared on his face. That's right. A female sword saint. We extract and crystallize the divine factor from the human body. Just like this. As he spoke, Barpa took out a spherical crystal that emitted a blue light. The crystal was sparkling and translucent, and together with the blue light it emitted, it looked exceptionally magnificent. After obtaining this, the research on the sword saint made great progress. However, the people of the church treated me as a heretic and excluded me. He even snatched the research materials away. Since there is a swordsman like you, it means that there is someone who wants to continue my research. Damn Michael. He tried so hard to turn me into a sinner, but he ended up the same. Well, with that angel's way of doing things, even if the test subject's factor was extracted, at the very least, he was more humane than me. Ha ha. Barpa snickered. You killed my companions and extracted the suitable factor of their holy swords? Sheba exuded a cold, murderous aura as he questioned. That's right. This sphere is what was completed at that time, right? But 3 of them were used on Freed and the others. This is the last one. Barpa admitted straightforwardly. Ah ha ha ha. Other than me, everyone else died in the process because their bodies couldn't match the factor. Looks like I'm really special. Freed said narcissistically with pride. Barpa Galileo, you did it for your own research, for your own desires. How many lives have been sacrificed? Shiba Yudo's hands trembled as he spoke. At the same time, a violent magic burst out from his body. They surrounded him tightly, exuding an astonishing aura. Since you said so, why don't I give you this factor crystal? My research has progressed to the stage where it can be mass-produced. As long as the production environment is prepared, it can be carried out at any time. I'm going to first destroy this town with Kobold. Then I'll collect the legendary holy swords from all over the world. Then I'll mass-produce holy swordsmen and use the combined king's sword to wage war against Michael and the Vatican. I'll let the stupid angels and believers who made me a sinner see my research. Barpa said. After that, he threw the sphere on the ground as if it was trash and let it roll in front of Shiba Yudo. Shiba Yudo squatted down, picked up the crystal with both hands, and held it in front of his chest. Everyone, Shiba Yudo said softly. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. But at this moment, the blue sphere that didn't receive any stimulation suddenly bloomed with a bright light. The light gradually dispersed and covered the entire field. Then, one after another, small blue light spots appeared in the air above the field. Under the influence of an unknown force, they condensed into human figures one after another. There were both men and women among these humanoids, but they were all quite young. Judging from their appearances, the oldest one was no more than 18 years old, while the youngest one was no more than 10 years old. They all wore the same clothes and stood in front of Shiba Yudo, their mouths silently opening and closing. I've been thinking, is it really okay for me to be the only one alive? Some of you have bigger dreams than me. Some want to live more than me. Is it really okay for me to live a peaceful life alone? Shiba Yudo cried. Don't worry about us. Even if it's only you, you have to live. They said so. Junai acted as a translator and conveyed the voices of the ghosts. She really did sound like a Miko/psychic. Then, the lips of the ghosts moved again and changed into a unified rhythm. It's a hymn, Genova said. Shiba Yudo heard this and sang the hymn while shedding tears. Then, a new light spread with Shiba Yudo as the center and became more and more dazzling. And in this dazzling light, strange voices sounded in the silent field. It was the voices of the ghosts. They sang the hymn with a clear child's voice. The song was loud until it ended. The souls of the young man and the child flew into the sky and turned into blue light spots and surged into the body of Shiba Yudo, who was kneeling on the ground. After a moment of silence, Shiba Yudo opened his eyes and looked at Barpa with a cold but no longer angry gaze. Barpa Galileo. If I don't destroy you, there will only be a second and third batch of people like us, people who don't care about their lives. Research is always accompanied by sacrifice. It has been so since ancient times. Isn't that all there is to it? Udo, do it. Take care of everything yourself. Surpass the sword of the king. You're the kin of Reyes Jimenez. My knight will not lose to something like the sword of the king. Perhaps the demons and fallen angels of this world were all so polite, but ever since Shiba Udo's side changed, the battle that was supposed to be going on in the sky had stopped, and Reyes, who is now free, said with a prideful tone. Udo, I believe in you. Junai said. Udo-senpai, do your best. Kitten encouraged. Udo, go. Be a man. Say, Ito laughed. Ha ha ha. What are you crying for? You even sang so happily in the middle of the battlefield with those ghosts. It's so annoying. What bad luck. I hate that song the most. Just hearing it makes my skin break out in hives. I've had enough. My patience has reached its limit. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces to calm myself down. I'm going to use this invincible holy sword that combines 4 swords of the king. Fried said arrogantly. I'm going to transform into a sword. I'm going to transform into the sword of the president and my companions. Respond to my will. Demon sword creation. Shiba Udo ignored Fried's clamor and took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Instantly, holy light and evil aura spread out from his hand, intertwining and colliding with each other, and finally fused into a black and white longsword that fell into Shiba Udo's hand. Forbidden Hand, Dual Tyrant's Holy Demon Sword. Possessing both holy and demonic swords at the same time, you'll have a taste of its power. With that, Shiba Udo charged at Fried. Since my knight is working so hard, I can't lose either. Kopor, take this. Reyes looked down at Shiba Udo, who was fighting with Fried, and smiled. She then looked up at Kopor and said loudly. With that, she created a destruction magic ball the size of a basketball in her hand. Don't even think about it. Kopor, who already knew that Reyes was no weaker than him, or even more powerful than him, would not stupidly take Reyes' attacks head-on. He immediately sneered and appeared behind Reyes in light form, opened his hand, and launched an attack at Reyes. In an instant, a large amount of photon energy formed a ball and blasted at Reyes. You seem to have forgotten about me. At that moment, Zhu Nai's figure suddenly appeared behind Reyes. He stretched out his hands and created a large magic circle in front of him, blocking in front of her. Boom, 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 boom. Then, a violent roar sounded. Reyes flew out in a flash and shot the destruction magic ball in her hand at Kopor. Kopor's figure flashed and dodged the destruction magic ball's attack path. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of light javelins were created around him and shot at Reyes like a swarm of bees. Zhu and I put his hands together and created a series of lightning bolts and pushed them out. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning bolts immediately clashed with the light javelins, creating a series of loud explosions. As expected of the guy who survived the last battle, he's really hard to deal with when he gets serious. Saito could not help but exclaim as he looked at Kopor, who was fighting 1 against 2 in the sky. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.